glasses. You're watching GBKM.
Suicide,
कचरा मोहब्बत वाला अखियों में सारा कचरे ने ले ली मेरी जान.
I mean, today we're in the city of Toronto. Tomorrow we're in the city of Mississauga. We're in Brampton. Wherever the fun and excitement is, we're here. And there's nothing like celebrating different cultures. And that is Indus today and Diwali, the festival of light and lightness. And today we're here with a very important lady for the evening, Miss Myrna. Of the Senior Citizens Council, of course, and you are the organizer, well, one of the organizers for this evening. Myrna, just give us what was going through your mind when you sat down in that meeting and you said, let's do this?
Well, because Senior Council has 80 plus groups. And out of those 80 plus groups, there probably are 50 plus that are South Asian. And I find that, prior, they were sort of on the fringe, and that's not right. We're all people, all striving for the very same things. Any differences that we have are very superficial. So I like to work with people. I want to be a part of everything, and I want them to be a part of things with me. I go out to their events, and as you can see, they came to this. Yeah.
But Myrna, based upon the showcase, because we have a packed room, it's empty down a bit, but we've been having a moving crowd since morning. Based upon today's showing, how do you say you've done so far?
Well, I think it was a major success, and next year it will be much larger and better, and we will certainly have a larger venue.
Absolutely.
Yes, because tonight we had people that were standing here. Yes. Yeah.
The mayor came by and he gave us his word. The prime minister, of course, sent his words, and the various MPs and representatives sent their words. Just give them a huge thank you for me and all the persons who are involved today, or sponsors, the persons who came out. Just send out a huge thank you for me, please.
Well, I thank everybody that was a part of this, the attendees, and all the people that donated their time, money, and gifts. Because without them, we really couldn't do this.
And definitely. Thank God, as we should, recognizing, and it's all about really good overcoming evil. That's one of the themes for Diwali. And as we move forward in terms of really making Brampton that culturally diverse state, we really need to put aside some of the ills we have, right?
Yes, we most certainly do. And in June, we had a very successful event. It was called the Many Faces of Canada. So it celebrated many different cultures, and it was a 2-day event, and we had over 700 people attend that, and that was a first-time event as well. So we plan to continue on with these things because, as they say, diversity keeps us strong. It makes us strong.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for joining me, Miss Myrna. And definitely, we will be partying on after the event. Thank you so much, Ms. Myrna. And I tell you, so today's event, of course, is being put on by the Brampton Senior Council in association with Bayshore Home Health Care. And I tell you, Diwali in Brampton. Brampton is one of the most diverse cities in Canada, and it's definitely on showcase here today. I mean, every cultural background, no matter your religious background, we're here celebrating in unison as the flower, beautiful city that we are of Brampton. Of course, I'm joined by the lovely lady here. Your introduction, please.
Hi there, I'm Andrea from Bayshore, care manager for Mississauga.
Absolutely. I want to thank you so much, Bayshore, for putting on a wonderful event. I mean,
thanks to Yogita, she's been the main organizer and has done a fantastic job. The turnout is beautiful. It looks like it was a wonderful success.
So partnering with an event like this, what was the thought process behind that? I say we definitely have to get on board with this event because it's going places.
Absolutely, and I think within the Bayshore brand too, we're very supportive of all events all across Canada. So culturally, we support everyone, and this definitely is a wonderful success as well.
Absolutely. So Bayshore, just tell us a little bit more about Bayshore itself.
Yes. So Bayshore is a home care agency. We are Canada-wide, Canadian-owned as well. Have been in business for over 50 years. I'm the care manager for Mississauga. Yogita covers Brampton, Caledon, Orangeville, and we offer services everything from companionship to personal support workers, nursing care, and just customized service all around as needed.
So definitely with all those services you have, because seniors here today, we have so many seniors ashore and the senior council. So it was a natural thing to partner.
Most definitely, and it's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Absolutely, it's no problem. And thank you for joining me on the carpet here today. It was my pleasure, of course. And of course, I tell you, so you see excitement all around. Even the sponsors are excited to join events like this. And if you're here and you're listening to the background music, you will hear how lively it is. But that's how Diwali is. That's how the Festival of Light is. Your face gets light up. Your costume is well lit. And of course, I'm being joined by the lady whose her praises are just like, they keep coming in and in. Yogita.
Hi, how are you?
Introduction needed there, right?
Yeah, no introduction. So Bayshore Home Health, we sponsored this event along with Brampton Senior Council. It was a success. Our first Diwali event from the city, and it was well recognized. We had Patrick Brown, we had the councillors, the city councillors, yourselves. We are honored to have you guys
Even
here.
the Prime Minister sent his word.
Yes, the Prime Minister surprised me. The office this morning sent a package in front of my door with flowers. I had a bottle of wine,
We won't say anything.
everything, along with just a lovely letter. So it was really great.
Absolutely. But Yogita, you're the point person, as your colleagues just say, you're the point person really delving into this event. So tell us how the experience has been so far.
It's been overwhelming. I'm tired. But it's been an absolute great event. It was successful. We had a great turnout. And next year it's going to be bigger and better.
Absolutely. So any snippets for next year's date? As Myrna promised before, it's going to be a different event because this room just simply cannot hold.
Yep, it's totally going to be a different event. We're going to have great community partners. We're going to reach out to more people. And we're looking at doing it. It's going to be a secret, but you guys will find out in a few months.
In a few months. Absolutely. And thank you, Yogita, for joining me here on the carpet. I know you're a very busy lady tonight, so just get on back to it. Thank you so much for joining, Yogita. So that was Yogita. Yogita is a point person working with Bayshore. And for Diwali, as we've read, my Jacqueline before myself said, it's one of the largest festivals being celebrated by the Hindu culture. And of course, it has definitely spread throughout the world. And it's definitely one of those events that we have to get on board with, right? Get on board with. And because the meaning that it also encapsulates is one that we really need to shed light on as we move and go forward into the future. It's about really using good and light in that form to erase the bad and do away with darkness. And I'm being joined by a wonderful gentleman here. Your name, sir?
My name is Prabhat Chatterjee.
And you're here today in support of the event. You're with an organization today?
I am Chief Executive Officer for CARP, Brampton Chapter, and also Treasurer for Brampton Senior Citizen Council, and also for another organization called Mississauga Association for Independent Living.
Absolutely.
My retirement, I'm all doing the voluntary work.
And we thank you for that. So this is an official thank you for doing that for us.
Thank you very much.
And for the community. But an event like this, what does partnering with an event like this mean to you? I'm going to take it from a personal scale first.
What is the question again?
I'm saying that an event like this, what does it mean to you personally?
This is a good thing for not only for us, for our next generation, what the culture stands for. Because if we don't show it to them what the culture is, they will not learn from anybody.
Absolutely. And if you could just leave with us, based on your professional journey, you're now retired, based on your professional journey, just leave some snippets and some insights with us as to how we too can help to build the community that we're living in.
The young people, we should count them to build Canada as one country, one face, because everybody comes from the different places, and we are here one.
One Canada. And the mayor also alluded to that earlier. He said that, despite our differences, but we are one nation who can proudly stand and say, yes, we are Indian, but we can say, yes, we are Canadian also in the same strength.
Right. I agree with you. And also I think that this is the only country in the world who welcome all the nations.
Absolutely.
They also appreciate that what we have contributed. I've been here 50 years, and I worked for 44 years in my
Welcome back, and
profession.
we're still at the Diwali Festival here in the great, wonderful flower city of Brampton, of course. And so much has been happening. So much has been happening in our great city. And of course, I'm being joined here by a lovely gentleman. And your name, sir? Just give us a brief introduction.
My name is Padadev Ramutar. I live at the Jane and Finch, Bloomington. And well, we're always excited about helping out our community through our music, of course, and our spiritual work. We do have a school, music school, by the name of Sangeet Vidyalaya at Jane and Finch.
And you were one of the sponsors for the musical tributes I hear today, and so much more in today's proceedings. So, getting involved with with an event like this, what does that speak to your organization? The values it aligns itself with your organization personally.
Well, you know, we've received so many things from our seniors, for our parents and our grandparents. It's only fitting that we choose this opportunity and we take hold of it to be with them. Our parents don't expect too much from us. They expect for us to be around them. They don't want cars.
And love and support and just being present.
This is the least that we can do to bring our music, and some of our students. It's not all my students from my school here today, some friends too, are the singers, and so we're happy to be here.
And we're happy that you are here to join us too. So, in terms of performances, we spoke earlier in terms of persons who can attend. You said it was from like 7 to 20. As our old, how old?
Well, from kids as long as they can sit at one place for 15 minutes, 20 minutes. But I've also had seniors come, people who are in their old age might be fascinated to learn music, and there is no barriers.
There's no barriers. And a city like this preaches inclusion. Physically, we literally preach inclusion, right? Because we have so much diverse cultures and cultural background here in the wonderful city of Toronto. In terms of teaching music, how has that experience been for you? You know, interacting with different cultures and all that stuff.
Well, in my case, it's pretty much from the Indian culture, Indian community, I'll say. But we've gone to places where we've done interfaith programs, and so of course if we are called to go at a Christian church, because we're primarily from the Hindu, but if we're called to go there, we'll go, because I love the idea that we're fortunate to live in Toronto, in such a diverse community. The freedom to do everything.
Absolutely. I wanted to say just thank you so much for joining me on the carpet here today, and I do hope you have a wonderful evening. Okay. Absolutely. And that has been Diwali Fest here in the great and wonderful city of Toronto. And of course, Diwali is celebrated by Hindus all across the world. And of course, here in Brampton, we had to have our very own Diwali festival. Diwali is actually a festival of light, one of the largest festivals of the Hindu faith. And of course, it speaks to word lighten up the world, and lighten up the world through using good to defeat the bad or the evils. And that's definitely what we are showcasing, and of course supporting and speaking out again for here today at Diwali Fest. And so much has been happening this morning. I mean, Yugeda and our team really came together and gave us a wonderful show. The Prime Minister sent his words, our great Mayor blessed us with his presence and he gave his word, and of course our council members, our community groups definitely came out in full support of today's event. And I want to say thank you to you at home also who tuned in with us. So thank you for tuning in with GBKM FM, and GBKM was the official media sponsor, and myself and Jackie was hosting before me. I definitely gave it to you as it came. Fun, excitement, and we covered it right here on the red carpet for you today. So thank you for tuning in, and as we always say on the U-Turned Up Show, and as we always say on GBKM FM, just keep shining and keep changing.
Overwhelmed.
Brampton, the flower city of Brampton, of course.
It was really
And
a
of course, I'm being
great
joined by
event
the
for
lovely
the
dance
first.
troupe. Dance troopers, look at the lovely ladies, and they set the stage on fire. I tell you, these little young ones, oh my God, the talent, the fire, the finesse is just wonderful. But I'm being joined by their instructor here today. Your name is, just give us a brief introduction.
So my name is Stephanie Jodan. I'm the founder and choreographer of Iconic Dance Studio. We teach Bollywood, soca, Indian, West Indian, South Asian dances, and I teach ages 4 and up.
Fair enough. So the choreography that the ladies just display on stage today, you're the one who put that together?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
It makes it fun.
Yeah.
It makes it fun having all these girls with me, because sometimes they give me ideas.
Oh, great. Right.
And
And I can just see this one over here, my friend here. She just burst in with personality. What did you contribute to the dance today?
well, let me just speak for her. She won best solo performance for Indian Chutney a year ago at the competition. She came in first place and blew the stage on fire.
Can we get a round of applause for her? Can we get a round of applause for her? Congratulations to you. But you know, getting these ladies together and getting them to events like this, do you think it will impact them being as small as they are?
Oh, 100%, because they have no time to be in trouble because they're always practicing their dance. They have great confidence. It's easy for them to make friends, like 100% easier. And I've noticed that it's no longer coming to dance class. It's coming to a class that's fun and something that they love to do, and that makes my job so much better. I don't look at myself like this is a job. I look at it like it's something I love to do.
Love to do. And we love to dance. We all love to dance. I was just telling you we need to practice something.
Get up off your chair and just dance.
We need to practice something because we need to have a dance off. Okay, ladies?
Okay, Liana?
You're gonna dance with me?
She's trained.
Liana, you're gonna dance with me?
See ya?
Okay. So mommy is saying to say Happy Diwali. Say that to us.
Happy Diwali.
Oh, thank you so much. I tell you, teach them when they're young. And of course, they'll grow up to be the lights of the world. And we're in the city of flowers. And these little flowers here today, blooming beautifully, have definitely demonstrated the inner beauty and the outer beauty that they have on the stage. And of course, thank you so much for joining me, instructor. And we look forward to seeing more performances, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, everyone, for coming out. It has been a wonderful evening. It's not over yet. There's still food back there. There's coffee back.
We're not done. The evening's still going to go on. There's still dessert. There's still desserts and stuff that are going to be served. A lot of our crowd has left because, you know, it was overwhelming. They had their dinner. Now they're off to, because it is a late evening for them. They have to either take the bus routes or however, there's other events. But Myrna and I would like to thank everyone, especially our sound and music. VJ, we'd like to give you a recognition. Thank you so much for everything. It was all done selflessly. He came early and he set up the stage and everything. And we will like to specifically give 2 individual certificates. We would like to ask our MC, Panamani. Thank you very much. We really humbly hope that you'll join our team and work with us next year for a bigger and better Diwali festival. You're no stranger to the community, and we're both very privileged to have you on our side. So we present you with the certificate from the city. So here you go, from Bayshore Home Health and the Brampton Senior Council. And to the Sri Harinarayan Mandir.
We asked your wife if you're allowed to come back next year, and she said yes.
Okay, well, that is so good. But Myrna, with you, I don't think anybody could ever refuse you.
And also, we would like to say a big thank you to our media this evening, who's doing the red carpet for us, all the crews, JPKM TV. We have a certificate for you guys as well. So, if Jacqueline, you would like to come and receive it, we are very thankful for you for hosting this event. And you know, from the minute we asked you to join us, you joined us. So, thank you very much.
Yeah, you say waiting. Right now, you're watching gbkm.tv. Stay tuned and stay hooked. You already know.
Good afternoon, live from Toronto and the GBCAM network. This is the Chat Up Show, the show where we catch you up with the chat up of our weekly headlines. I'm your host, Elizabeth Aloidi, and I hope that you are ready to chat it up with me today. Now, as always, you know you can keep up with the GBCAM network in various ways. You can continue to listen and watch live 24/7 at www.gbcam.tv or www.gbcam.fm, where you can also check out our past shows, like, share, comment, all that good stuff. Also, make sure you download our free app that has the exact same features as on our web station. So that's listening and watching live, checking out past shows, like, share, comment, looking up the upcoming show schedule, all of that. And when we go live, you will be notified. So make sure, download the free GBCam app available for all iOS and Android devices right now. Just search GBKM and turn your notifications on so you won't miss another live show. You can also continue to watch us on Facebook and YouTube at GBCam Network, where you can like, share, comment, and subscribe. And you can follow us on Instagram and Twitter at GBCam Network, where you'll receive updates on what's going on with us right here at GBKM. Also want to make an announcement. We have a very, very exciting event that's happening this weekend, or actually 3-day event that's happening Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So it's December 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. It is the the Council of Nigerian Professionals event, The Power of Inclusion, What's the Fuss About? So make sure you check out on our page. We've been promoting it for a while now. If you've missed it for some reason, you know that you can find this. There's a great lineup of guests and speakers and panelists that you will not want to miss. Again, this is a 3-day event. It is a hybrid event, so it will be broadcasted virtually over Zoom for the first 2 days. And then the last day is an in-person/virtual event as well, where we will be covering the red carpet. So I hope to see you then. Make sure you check it out. It's CNP Power of Inclusion. So make sure you sign up and register right now so you don't miss this amazing, amazing event. An opportunity to hear from people who are inclusive, who are movers and shakers within our community right here in the GTA. So there's our little updates. Now, Christmas time is coming. We're all excited. We're all in the festive mood. I mean, maybe not all of us, but I sure am. I've already got the Christmas music playing. It's December 1st. It's time to go. However, we know that we are still in the middle of a pandemic, and this year is looking a little similar, but with a twist. And the reason I say it's with a twist is because we know that there's this new variant that it's rearing its ugly head currently, called Omicron. Currently, Canada has found its first 2 cases of Omicron COVID-19 variant of concern, and was confirmed as of Sunday in Ottawa. Now, this variant, which has been said by experts to be more transmissible than previous variants, we know that there was the Delta variant before. It was first identified in South Africa, where it coincided with a recent spike in COVID-19 cases, but it's unclear where it first originally emerged. We just know that we're seeing a lot more cases in Southern Africa as opposed to other places in the world. And now, of course, it's making its way around the world. So Omicron, let's find out what it is we know about this new variant, because I think the more we're informed, the more we can prepare ourselves, we can protect ourselves, especially during the Christmas season, that a lot of people are wanting to travel and just gather and be with family and friends and loved ones. I mean, we're entitled to it, right? This has been a weird year and a half. It's taken a lot of getting used to, and we want to be able to keep some semblance of normalcy as much as we can, but as long as we're staying safe. So as long as we know what this variant is doing and we're aware of as much information as we can get right now from our experts, we know how to better protect ourselves and those around us as well as we go on into the festive season. So what is Omicron? So Omicron is the new variant of COVID-19, as we mentioned, that was essentially designated as a variant of concern by the World Health Organization. Now, the UN Health Agency also gave the variant its name following a classification system, as we see on the screen, following the Greek alphabet. So we know we had the Delta, there was of course the Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. Now we have Omicron, which is the B11529 variant of COVID-19. Now, the WHO said that the variant has a large number of mutations, some of which are concerning. I just want to do a disclaimer that this isn't information that's trying to scare anybody or try to add any more anxiety. It's just so we know what we're dealing with and we can protect ourselves and stay safe. That's what this is all about at the end of the day. It does sound concerning when you hear from the World Health Organization that this is a variant of concern, but as long as we can stay ahead of things and we can keep up and understand what our experts are saying and listen to our health experts and health officials, in staying safe, we will hopefully continue on, staying safe and healthy as much as we can during this pandemic. So preliminary, there we go, that word is a little hard, evidence shows that it has an increased risk of reinfection. So we know when the pandemic first started, there was a lot of conversation around how if you've already gotten the, if you've already been infected with the virus before, your chances of being reinfected again are a little lower because now your body is developing the antibodies and you know how science works. But our WHO is saying that this variant, the Omicron, has a increased risk of reinfection, that even if you've been infected with it before, the chances of you being reinfected again is a little higher than other variants due to the mutations. Now, Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Theresa Tam, said on Friday that some of the mutations detected show a potential for greater transmissibility as well. So it's easier to pass around this current variant, and it could also reduce natural immunity as well as the immunity offered by vaccines. Of course, just going back to the risk of reinfection, those antibodies, due to those mutations, the chances of you being able to fight it back again, by fighting it back again and not being reinfected are a little lower. As we know, it's increased risk of reinfection. So where has this variant been found? Outside of South Africa, Omicron cases have been confirmed in a growing number of countries around the world. For example, Canada, Netherlands, Israel, Australia, Germany, Belgium, UK, Hong Kong are among those that have a reported case. In fact, we actually have a full list of countries that have reported cases and how many cases they have as of this morning. So what we know right now is that Australia has 7 confirmed cases of Omicron. Austria has 1. Belgium has 1, Botswana 19 cases, Brazil has 2, Canada has 6 confirmed cases right now, Czech Republic, France, Saudi Arabia all have 1 confirmed case, Denmark, Hong Kong, Israel have 4 confirmed cases, Italy 9, Japan 2, Netherlands 16, Nigeria 3, Norway 2, Portugal 13, South Africa has a whopping 77 confirmed cases, Spain 2, Sweden 2, and the United Kingdom 22 confirmed cases. So this variant is essentially making its way around the world, and cases are increasing and rising as the days go by. And as time will tell, we'll get a better understanding and a better grasp of what the, you know, the spreading or the contagious properties are of this new variant as well, to see how fast it would potentially spread within our population. But that's what we know for now. Now, Portuguese health authorities have identified, as I said, about 13 cases of Omicron in members of a top soccer club. So they are investigating possible local transmission of the variant due to the cases coming up in the soccer team. And that would be the first reported instance of local transmission outside of South Africa. So what we know right now in terms of the transmission of this variant is that a lot of it is from those who are traveling to other countries, from countries that have higher cases, which has been reported as Southern African countries having the higher cases. I mean, South Africa having 77 and Botswana having 19 cases. So now we're seeing that in Portugal that this was the first reported local transmission, that it wasn't from people who had been traveling, that it was found amongst the sports team, the soccer team that has, you know, been in their own bubble. Dutch health authorities said Tuesday that the Omicron variant was already in the Netherlands when South Africa reported it to the World Health Organization last week. They said that they had detected the variant in samples dating from November 19th and 23rd. So that was essentially kind of before we started really noticing how much this variant was popping up in samples. And so the Netherlands had noticed it before South Africa had reported its cases. So that kind of gives a little confusion as to where this variant really originated from.
December 12th on
because
CNN.
We're seeing, you know, in Netherlands, for example, that they had already a case
Hero of the
Omicron variant.
The 15th annual CNN Heroes All-Star Tribute.
Before South
Sunday,
Africa
December 12th at 8 Eastern.
You know, reported
pretty
their
much
cases.
any time we've seen a new variant. It's already spread around
Canada's
the world.
first two
So
cases
the fact
of
that
this
Omicron
variant
is in multiple
was
countries in
confirmed.
Europe, in the U.S., is not
We're going to cut a
necessarily
quick commercial break.
an
Sorry.
ominous sign. And
Stay
I think
tuned. We'll be back.
that's a key point to keep in mind. And also remember, we've not seen any evidence.
Canada's
that
number one
Omicron
African
produces
barbecue,
more
the Suya
severe
Spot,
disease,
serving and satisfying your
than
Suya
any of
needs
the
from
other
multiple
variants. Another
locations
point
across
to
the
keep in mind.
GTA,
And now,
including
in terms of
Scarborough,
whether or
Toronto,
not
Woodbridge, and
this variant
Mississauga.
is
Also
going to,
located in Winnipeg, Manitoba.
resist
Visit
the
any
immune
location
response
today
to
or
our
stay
current
home and order
vaccines.
through DoorDash,
It's
Uber Eats,
possible,
and
but
Skip
it's
Dishes. For
unlikely
more
to be
information, check out our
resistant
website at
or maybe partially resistant, just like other
www.thesuyaspots.com
variants that
or
we've
call
seen,
the
like the
toll-free line at
B1351 from South Africa.
+1-866-448-7892.
Remember that one, the Beta variant and the
The
Lambda
Suya
variant.
Spot.
So
You built.
Are you craving some home-cooked African meals but are missing the authentic ingredients? No worries. Head over to Dunami's Food online groceries at www.mydunamisfood.com to check out our collection of the best quality African and Caribbean foods. From swallows to spices to meats and produce, expect top quality customer service and have your groceries delivered to your door when you shop at Dunami's Food. Don't forget, go to www.mydunamisfood.com and get a taste of home. It'll be like you never left. Dunami's Food, keeping you smiling always. Nous vous gardons toujours le sourire.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are joining us from today. Welcome to Kenny Baz World Outreach. My name is Kenny Bazoy, and today we're having a special segment. We are live and direct in the residence of one of our brother here for a special exclusive interview. Joining me today is our brother, Mr. Paul Bevis Igbinoba. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. I'm very well. Very well. Thank you.
Thank you. It's nice environment you have here. Tell us a little bit about yourself, because I know that you are a Canadian. You've been here. You have you are, I would say, serial entrepreneur. But before we go on the business side of it, let us hear a little bit about you. Who is Bevis Paul Igbinoba?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this wonderful gesture, wonderful interview. My name is Bevis Paul Igbinoba. I'm a Canadian, but also a Nigerian. Someone who has developed passion in technology. But before then, I'm a chemist by background. I studied pure and applied chemistry. Went from there to do clinical pharmacology at the University of Manitoba. So I grew up in Winnipeg, basically. Growing up, you start to see how you can integrate, medical field science with computer systems, computer technology, and so that's basically where this whole.
Wow. While we were getting ready for this exclusive interview, some of the articles we found that you had done some community event here also in Canada. GBKM network is Canada-based, even though we are worldwide touching everybody.
Yes.
We come across some article that you have done some community service here, some community event, cultural event. Tell us a little bit more about it.
Well, we own two charity organizations, NGOs, as you call it in other parts outside Canada. We've been involved in quite a number of things. First of all, we started by doing a literacy program. We started doing literacy program, computer literacy program. We built literacy centers in downtown Toronto, in Mississauga, in Brampton. And then we saw that it's a wonderful idea for us to also touch people in Africa. So of course, where do we start from? Being from Nigeria. So we figured that we should also extend it to Nigeria. So we started, this charity begins at home. you will. So we started doing the same computer literacy. We started in Lagos and we went to Benin, and we were doing a lot of training and set up training programs for. So at that time it was pretty good where university participates. Outside that, we got involved in when the HIV/AIDS program pandemic was really prevalent in a lot of places in Africa. So we look at the different areas where we can participate, and we came back. We got to Canada. We started soliciting and talking to and going to the grassroots and talking to people who really have passion to help, and we're able to raise enough capital to be able to deliver HIV drugs to Africa. We sent to Uganda, to Kenya, and then we also did quite a number of states in Nigeria, from Rivers State to Sokoto to Benue State and so on. So we just from the programs we were able to run out of Canada, we were able to touch lives.
Now, I know your organization is called ATLAP. Can you tell us the full pronunciation of ATLAP?
ATLAP, ACTLAP, stands for African Computer and Technology Literacy Awareness Program.
Wow.
And that name...
That's pretty comprehensive.
That name came when I actually wanted to do business in Nigeria. I got into computer systems and wanted to sell computer systems in the sometime late 90s, 97, 98, somewhere around there. And at the time, it was very, very few computers in Nigeria. There were not very, I don't think there was very much, because we realized that students were being taught computer science. There was no computers in the university. There was no computer systems. They couldn't, even see, feel, and touch them. So, but we didn't know. Mine was just to business. So I took about 2 or 3 computer systems. At that time, they're like a box, a big box, a big screen, giant ones
with a huge back.
They were also pretty expensive at the time, and they must have been like $3,000 to $3,000 then. And so we took them to Nigeria. The first place we went was in Port Harcourt. Shell and a few of our friends who got involved with Shell, saw it and were excited and wanted to purchase them. So we got to Benin and we wanted to showcase them. So a friend of ours went to University of Benin and found out that there is no
computers.
There's no computers in the whole computer department. So we set it up and just let everybody see. I could remember how they actually invited other schools to come into University of Benin, to come and take a look and see.
Wow.
And that caught my attention. And then it went from thinking just business to this is an opportunity that you can empower people. When people buy into it, then you sell later. So that was how. And then coming back from Port Harcourt, I just penciled down, we want to have computers in Africa, computer and technology. We want to also give awareness, training. That was how we were able to coin the name, and it became African Computer and Technology Literacy Awareness Program.
Now, you have a lot of culture in you. Looking around your space here, I see a lot of culture in you. Tell us that part of you.
I grew up in Canada, and growing up back then, there was a very difficult times to know what is going on back in your home country. So so I developed interest in wanting to know. And I read a little bit. What was this Benin? So I've understood Benin back in the days, but you know, I forgot a whole lot about it. So I developed interest. But when we started doing this computer business in Nigeria, and then after the university program, so we decided to say we would like to set up a training center and build a training center like a hub where we can do everything in one place, including assembling of computers, assembly of technologies and so on. So we did a seminar, and there was a suggestion for us to approach the palace, the Oba of Benin. You cannot be in Benin and not go and see the custodian of the Benin Kingdom.
Correct.
So we made an appointment, and we went and presented the Omonoba with a computer system and donated a computer system. As a matter of fact, he liked it and demanded that we donate a laptop, because I had one laptop. You know, back then laptop was this big and thick. Yeah, so he developed interest in that, and then we promised him we were going to provide him one, and we did. And that was how we told him, what do you want? We said, we want to build a technology center. So he said, okay, I'm going to provide you a land, provide you, and you do what you need to do. So that's, from that time on, my interest in wanting to know more about the Benin Kingdom, which is our heritage, which is, you know, my father's. And we have been developing mobile systems for a while now. And when we started, they were tablets. We actually started with tablets. You know, back then when you have tablet, it was called the Atlap iTab. And we built them out of Asia, out of Singapore, and then we were selling them in Nigeria, in the West African coast, you know, and then a little bit in Kenya. So we sold quite a bit at that time. But what we discovered was there were Chinese products coming into Nigeria, into the market, and we were in competition where we now looking at ways to get into the market, and then realizing that mobile technology was taking over. So if you see tablets, then it was no longer people carrying all these big tablets around, and it was more of school education and so on. But for a mobile device, it was becoming a phone. So we started developing interest in that and started planning on that. And then when the opportunity came, we through a very good close friend of mine, Mr. Dangana, he was doing some business with his partners in Denmark, and introduced what we were trying to do to them in Denmark. And that was how we met with them. And the phone device was sort of already coming into the market then, but with the advent of the changes that their company was doing, we decided to partner with them and built on what they already have and bought over the brand. And then we decided to redesign the brand into the Atlap brand.
So you guys deal with cell phones, right?
Cell phone, yes.
Tell us a little bit about the mobile device, because and you guys are located in Nigeria.
Yes.
So being on ground in Nigeria, first of all, how hard was it for you to establish?
Compared to Canada, it's a bit easier. But in Nigeria, competing with those who are already there on ground, it's a challenge, because they are already on ground. They know the terrain. They understand the business, the market. They understand the mobile business. So what we did was to do a good feasibility. And when I say a bit easier than Canada, you need licenses. To obtain those type of licenses to operate in Canada is not as simple. You have to either be Bell
or Rogers.
Rogers, and these guys went far. So when you have smaller fish like us, I would say that are trying to now start a mobile device production and design company. It's you need to be able to go to where the market is.
I'm going to go a little bit technical now. What does your system run on Android or iOS?
It's on Android. It's on Android. Our system runs on Android, completely on Android, and we are fully working with the right.
So, but why Nigeria though?
Nigeria is a market. Nigeria is a market. When you talk about consumption of mobile phones in Africa, Nigeria is number one. The population is there. The people who actually have need to actually have mobile devices is in Nigeria. So the best place to do your business and have production of mobile device will be where the consumers are.
So how do you identify you already identified the market now? How do you impart lives with this very device? Because why do I have to go to your phone, get your phone when there are other companies, I don't want to mention their name.
Right.
How do you stand out and how can you directly impart lives with this product?
We want to impart lives. First of all, the device we have is a luxury device. It's not like those cheaper devices and so on. So when you are making reference to Africa, what people think is cheap products, substandard products, and things like that. But what we want to do and achieve with this is to actually say, no matter what it is, let's bring luxury.
But why you are leveraging
to our people?
Why you are leveraging on that part of it? How can your phone, your devices, stand the test of connectivities when it comes to rural areas?
Well, the connectivities in our phones are very high. So because rural areas they have very low connectivity.
We do have many rural areas in Nigeria.
And there are many rural areas in Nigeria. So because of that, we believe that it will really help those our mothers and fathers in the rural areas. When we talk of rural areas in Nigeria, we're actually talking about villages.
Of course.
Villages where the towers are not really that close.
And your phone are designed to go extra mile.
Designed to go extra mile to, call it inverter, if you will. So we have built-in inverters, and we also have built-in inverter that actually make the battery last longer than normal.
Wow.
So the phone devices and system within the phone just uses very smaller power from the battery, therefore making the battery have a better extended life.
So where's your headquarters in Nigeria?
Our head office is in Abuja. If you know Abuja well, where we are located right in the heart of Banex.
With all the crises happening in Africa and in Nigeria, to be specific right now, what's your role in the long term to impact the employment, or if I may say, the youth?
First of all, what is going on in Nigeria, you wouldn't hear of it if you don't have a mobile device. Right now, it's impossible for the world to hear what's going on in Nigeria without a mobile device, because that is the only
gateway.
Gateway where people have. Now, for us to be able to bring our mobile device, and most of the people that are using these mobiles, most of them are youth. 80% are youth.
So you tackle consumers and employ. You also employ.
Correct. So what we are also trying to do is to not produce these phones and assemble them outside Nigeria. And that also means employment for young people.
But how do you support what's the support system?
In terms of
servicing, customer
service, we have a full customer service after sales section.
Robust
after sales section in our head office in Abuja. So it doesn't matter where you are, doesn't matter where you're located. The world is very small now.
Technological.
You can just call DHL to your office. The next day you will receive it in Brazil or in Australia. So we have all the parts for our phone. So anybody who is interested in getting involved in fixing, phones, like the artisans, for example, those who fix phone in maybe places like GSM Village, Computer Village, Computer Village, GSM Village, they can easily come. We will give them free training. They don't need to pay for training like other people usually would do. So we'll give them free training, and whenever they want to have those parts to fix phone for those who buy from us, they can do it, and then thereby also employment for them.
Now, in the spirit of your customer support, customer care, we do have a lot of diasporas, Nigerians in diaspora, that may be interested in service like this. For example, they may want to give a gift to their mother, their father in Nigeria. As you rightly said, connectivity, mobile device is the gateway right now.
Of course, yes.
How do you intend to fill into that space? Right now, a lot of us may have challenges sending money home and getting the right phone, or getting the phone here, mailing it to Nigeria, theft, and many other things. How can you step into that space and be the conduit in that mix?
Very, very well. Very, very well. The devices are in Nigeria, first of all. Number two, our headquarters company is here in Toronto. So it's a no-brainer. You don't need to send the money from here to Nigeria. You can easily pay.
Here, are you getting out of
You can easily pay. In Canada, payments are a bit easier.
Yes.
You can do email money, or you can just walk in and make payment
methods.
So payment methods are easier here. So you can easily, once that happens, we will deliver the phone to anywhere, any place in Nigeria directly.
Beautiful.
And we also providing guarantees. There's a 1 year warranty on the phone. It's not the warranty where you have to be writing paper and sending papers to anybody. Let's say, for example, you order a phone for your mother in the village or in town in Nigeria. We would deliver it to her. We would deliver it to him.
In the nearest future,
yes.
Are you looking to expand in diaspora, have different stores, distribute in diaspora, have shops in Canada to sell it for you, have shop in maybe Germany to sell it, to carry the phone?
Yes, because right now we already have people outside Nigeria in other countries who are distributors. So in the same token, we can also do that in Canada, in the US, in any other country. And Lumigon is not a new name anymore because of how we've pushed it out so far.
While we are winding down, I want you to re-emphasize on the name of the phone, because that name alone sound very exotic. Say the name again.
Yes, it's called the Lumigon. We call it the Atlap Lumigon phone, but we've actually the phone is actually called the Lumigon.
Wow, that sounds very exotic.
And the brand of these, our new one, is the Lumigon T3. We have the one made what we call the regular luxury phone. It's actually a luxury phone. When I say luxury phone, the back and the front is glass.
Whoa.
And then the back has a mouse. You can actually use your hand to touch and move
move the mouse,
move the mouse, and move pictures, videos, and whatever around. And the regular one that we say it's a regular one is made of stainless steel, pure stainless steel on both sides. So that's where but with that, we are also competing in the market in terms of prices. The phone comes with a 128 gig.
So that's what I want to say. With so much invested on the phone,
yes,
how do you tend to compete? How can you balance it and fight in the market?
Well, we are looking at getting a luxury brand at an affordable price. At an affordable price. Right now, the brand that we have now, when you compare it to other brands, you're probably comparing it to an iPhone.
Wow.
You'll be comparing to Samsung because of the functionality. So in Nigeria, for example, the electricity problem,
yes,
the light problem. You could just be studying right now, or something fell and the light is out. All you need to do with our phones is to turn on the
night vision.
The night vision. The night vision, you can pick up a pin from the ground in pure darkness. So outside,
this sounds like cutting edge technology.
Of course, of course. And those are things you find in things with military. But it's commonplace now. So, and we also have lights on both sides of the phone.
Whoa.
There is light at the back, your normal, which most phones have. And
that will enhance the clarity of the video on the front
right,
end.
And then there is light in front of it. When you're on WhatsApp, and it sees light, or you're in a dark place, the person on the other side can't see you. All you need to do is turn on the light in front. So, and then
this is already in the market.
It's already in the market. It's already in the market.
Lumigon.
Yes.
Did I pronounce it right?
Lumigon.
Whoa.
Lumigon T3.
Wow. Listen, I know you gotta go. You have a plane to catch.
Yes.
This is awesome. Let's wind back now. We can stay here and go on and on. There's a lot to chat about. Let's wind back now to, what drives you? What gives you the passion to do what you're doing?
To touch and impact lives. Think about, none of us are getting younger. There are people before us, they've died and gone. What did they do? What did they do for us? Nothing. But we realize that now. So it's our own opportunity to look at the next generation and say, how do I impact lives for the next generation so that they can also take that and continue? If not, where are we going? Where is so why are you even here in this world? Is to impact life. If you don't impact life, what's your explanation?
Before we wrap up, what do you have to say to Africans, diasporans, that are looking to go back home and do business? What's your advice?
It's going back home to do business. A lot of us started it slowly. And, when you also take a look at what is going on back home in Nigeria, it seems like almost impossible to even decide that you want to go back home. And you hear of all kinds of atrocities going on and so on and so forth. Great nations went through a lot. America went through a lot. Canada went through a lot. I remember in the 80s, the Oka crisis, and, So I remember. So if you look at a lot of all those things, however, it is not as bad as what you see on TV, on screen, on social media. A lot of what is going on in Nigeria, as far as from what I know, is political. So don't let that deter you to decide on what you think you can do in Nigeria. Where there's a few of us who are doing it, but be on a low profile. Don't endanger yourself. Let's say, for example, like traveling within Nigeria, fly from one city to another. Going on a highway may not be safe. You follow the safety rules and so on. Those things. But Nigeria is a good place to do business. It's a good place to do business. Of course, maybe depending on what the market, the business you are into, your product you are into, and so on and so forth. There are people who sit in their houses in Nigeria, just like social media is, delivery. If you are a female, maybe you are into selling shoes, selling, female wares, hair, all these, they are female hair. And you can simply put it online. And so long as you have a location where people will come and pick it up. And so a lot of business is going on.
So how do we say people that are viewing right now would like to get in contact with you, would like to purchase the phone, or even get more information? How can they reach you?
Well, we are, once again, our head office is in Abuja. We have an office in Lagos. We have an office in Benin, for example. It's if you are talking about Nigeria. Most of our phones can be purchased online at atlaptech.com. You can reach us at info@atlaptech.com. And if there is a need to, like we mentioned the other day, a little while ago, about someone purchasing the phone in Canada.
Yeah, for someone
in Nigeria. That's easy. We can just facilitate to make sure. We are hoping to also see how we can also work with a local partner to be able to make that happen as well.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Thank you very much for joining us today. This is it for today. Thank you very much, all our viewers, all our listeners all over the world. Great man, great and illustrious Benin man that is touching lives at home and in diaspora. Let's try and support him. If you haven't downloaded our app, please try and download our app on the App Store, GBKM, on the Google Play Store, and I believe is the Apple Play Store is GBKM. Our website, we're live 24/7, www.gbkm.tv, www.gbkm.fm. Thank you very much and stay blessed.
Do you want to be your own boss and make income or extra income with flexible schedule? Welcome to Keenan Courier. Keenan Courier works as a marketplace platform connecting customers who need something delivered with drivers that are willing to serve them. Courier with any vehicle, better trip allocation, and cash out your earnings whenever you want. Download our driver apps today to sign up.
Shabba. Shabba. Toronto. All the good girls from Toronto. Nice, right? How is the mission boat? Are you good? Good pum pum. Good pumping. Look good in applause. Good sex in a bed every night. Jesus, don't worry, make a yo. In the good weather, good. See you, girls. Good. Yeah. Wash the clothes, wash up, put the balls. Gotta go. Nigeria, war, go on, man. Toronto, let's go.
Yes.
Man. Big dirty stinking Shabba. You see how we run out of the pump? You don't want to see no man on the ground right now. Want everybody jump. And the pump. Hold on. Toronto man. The man in Toronto. Over your son. Over your son. We don't want to see no man on the ground. Who wants to see every man at how you jump you say boom boom. Because pussy has been very good to me. Yes, Lord. Come on. Here's the thing now. Winners on the good falls on the pole. When they come race, we get you up. Winners on the falls on the pole. All of the all business. Something to be done here with the man of the grace. You don't like how they do. Now this song is for all the girls who need a Mr. Loverman in their life.
Mr. Lover.
Remember, let us test it their own tweet out there. Girls dance every day. Now swing.
Mr. Lover. Hey!
a big problem in your life. Because the hardest job for a woman, take it up pretty low, pretty low. The hardest job for any woman in the world, of to put a deadwood in our pussy wall. Cause if I open your heart and I love you about this, if you must experience someone yes. If I love you, you will come and sweat. And I need to love you, I love you back sweat. I'm a love you from you. You can't let me follow someone they call it. It's all over someone they call it. You can't let me follow someone they call it. It's all over someone they call it. Sing that. Thank you. What is your thinking? You know that. What is your thinking? I don't want to still. I should say, oh, it's all good. Money, give it up. Money. I see a lady in her glasses, and she look on some strange woman. Yeah, you know? Hold on, baby. Hold on. Hold on, I'm so tired. What is it? You want to tell the bad man how to run your boom boom? Leave it alone. Hold on, tell it alone. See a woman in here now, mafia. And then she hype for my man. I'm going to tell you something. Bailey. Turn to girls. Girls, girls. Girls, girls. Now I'm going one more chance. One more, come on. Girls, girls. From London, Canada, and the girls, girls. The sweetest girl that come from Chile. You see that song now? That song I done by me on Cup of Tea. That song now. That song I have to do for who love reggae music. Yo, Constantine, come on.
GBKM TV, the station with a vision. GBKM TV, the station with a difference now. Slim Flex said so. Big up Ghana, up. Want justice, we need peace, and this brutality from the police. The youth's done fed up, and this brutality. Everybody fed up, change our mentality. We are the future, we will be the future, and the youth will be the future. We are the future. They want kill us because we they say no to corruption. We not go give up, even though they try to kill us all. I say one day, you better. I say one day, oh yeah. Justice to see. Sleep. My people must fight, Africa must rise, We first stand for the truth and fight for our right and never give up, Politicians killing our land, them a set confusion pan our land. Get to youth have to rise and take our land. See police can't stop us from our land. We want justice, we need peace, and this brutality from the police. The youth's done fed up, and this brutality. Everybody fed up, change our mentality. With your parents. Keep
people them are dying for nothing. Politicians use us for coffin. Really need to find a solution. I tire for the hate, tire for the rape, tire for intimidation, Africa they face. Tire for the endless starvation my people are facing now.
We want justice, we need peace, and this brutality from the police. The youth's done fed up, and this brutality. Everybody fed up. Change our mentality.
I prefer better Niger. Same story all the time. No line, no road, no hospital. Now which kind country be this? Operation every day. Killing my people every day. Africa, one day, change must come.
FA-to-the-HD. So suffer, we dey suffer. Government people make me wonder. They carry gun killing my brothers. All these things make me they wonder. Remember what you do today, you go get down tomorrow. Remember what you sow today, you go reap back tomorrow.
We want justice, we need peace, and this brutality from the police. The youth's done fed up, and this brutality. Everybody fed up. Change our mentality.
We don't tire. I go fight for my picking future. Bad government and none. Bad governance and none. Every day they might shoot, they might kill, they might loot, they might take everything when we get to you. Enough is enough, I beg you.
Happy faction, I beg you, we need action. The future is now. Africa leaders them be saboteur. No more pressure. Right now we need liberation. Everybody run like a rat race. It's democracy, don't make man face. Oluwa got
one justice. We need peace, and this brutality from the police.
GH Gali.
The youth's done fed up, and this brutality. Everybody fed up.
Yalla body gonna dompo. Bato chilo sasa aba fongpo. And abanyala makataru putoto. Tautology, robbiness, unforgotten. See the pain, the fears we face every day. The land that's full of prophet is the evil of today. The shame we face, killing, outrage. The land that can be greener is the red of today. Then
remember we pledged to our country to be faithful, loyal, and honest. To serve the people with all our strength, but the leaders don't forget their promises. To defend her unity and uphold honor and glory. So help us God, oh, in Africa.
We want justice, we need peace, and this brutality from the police. The youth's done fed up, and this brutality. Everybody fed up.
We don't tire. Politicians say we don't tire. Time for election, they promise on the nation. They do jaga now, no mention. Make we come together, reject it. Make we come together, reject corruption. Make we come together, build a Niger. My first, our own go better.
We want justice, we need peace, and this brutality from the police. The youth's done fed up, and this brutality. Everybody fed up, change our mentality.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're listening or watching from in the world. Welcome to this GBKM FM special presentation as we bring to you the world premiere for the music video Fed Up by a group of talented Canadian Afrobeat artists as they add their voice and their talent to a very timely issue. Of course, we're all aware of the evils happening on the African continent, and who better to lead the charge than the youth of this generation. So stick with us, we'll bring to you this special interview as we bring to you also music video. And of course, I'm joined here by an array of Canadian African talent as they have teamed up essentially to use their talents and to use their gifts to shine light on something that a message, an issue that is of all too much importance in the world today. I mean, we're here in Canada, but of course, our home and the heart is where the home is, right? Of course, I'm going to have my guests here just go around and introduce yourselves. The lovely lady who we can't do anything without the lovely lady. Go ahead, your name please.
My name is Stephanie Otobo, aka Stephanie the Ocean. I'm an entertainer. Thank you.
Cool. And the gentleman
is Fahad Aziz, known as FAHD, Fahad. I'm an artist, and yeah, I'm just trying to lend my voice to what's going on right now, you know.
Radford Etienne, Dr. Rad, producer, songwriter, and engineer. Actually, the producer on this project.
My name is OZ, aka The Boss, sound engineer and artist.
Good people, I go by the name Major Benzi. I'm an Afrobeat recording artist, and I'm also here to lend my voice to the current situations going on in Africa right now.
Boy Slim Flex, representing the motherland Ghana, and artist, Afrobeat artist, writer, and also comedian, yeah. And I'm just lending my voice to this because this is a very serious issue that I think everyone has to take serious. So I'm just proud to be part of this, yeah.
Hi, it's your boy G.H. Kali. I'm the director for the video and an artist in the song. Thank you.
Wonderful. And the context of course, the music video is so important. And I'm just going to read a snippet which the team managed to put together here for us. So it reads, African artists in Toronto, Canada came together to add their voices to the many problems and struggles the continent is facing currently. From the end police brutality in Nigeria to massacres in Cameroon, military takeover in Malai, and of course in Congo, the crisis with young Africans. Fed Up is of course that music video that brings together an array of artists. And when I'm telling you about the array, we have Nigerian, we have Ghanaian, we have, who else on the panel? Where are you from? Hands up. Cameroonian artists, and representing Benin over there. Grenadian also. So that is the array and the power that is of course impacted, that is power packed rather in this video. So I'm going to start with the lady, the only lady in this collaboration, adding the melodies and of course using her talent of course to spread awareness about this issue. You are from Nigeria, Stephanie. So Stephanie, what prompted you essentially to join up with these gentlemen right here on this specific collaboration?
Personally, this has been going on for so long. I was born in Nigeria. I grew up in Nigeria. And this whole thing with the leaders not listening to us, not helping us, has been going on for so long since I was born. And now it's still happening. And the problem is it has gotten to the worst. Like, this is the worst. Like, children don't have food in Africa. And the leaders, they aren't like taking, like this doesn't really bother them. They don't really, like, this doesn't affect them in any way. And so we thought, we the youth, we thought that they are dead inside and they should all just, get out and let us do our thing. Because we can't, this is just the worst, And growing up, I was told we are the leaders of tomorrow. So this is tomorrow, I think,
Tomorrow is today and today is tomorrow. But the gentleman to my right here, of course, a young man. For those persons who believe, who reads the Bible, I know we're huge Bible readers here, and persons who just believe in humanity. Young men, we are needed, and our voices are needed, our strength, our efforts are needed, and you're a part of this collaboration.
First of all, I think we the youths, I think our voice, it's powerful, and I think we have nothing to do than just lend our voice, you know, because it's been so long, and we've been seeing, as she said, like everyone keeps suffering, and it seems not to be stopping. And I don't know, I just think everyone just have to stop speaking up, to be honest, because I don't think it's gonna stop. But if we keep like frustrating them with our voices, I think one day they'll listen. You know, God bless Africa, God bless Nigeria, and every other.
Looking at the situation, it's somewhat of a atrocity. You know, it pained me to see like what was going on, especially like we see things every day, like we know violence and killing, but what actually got me was when I saw that they stored food in warehouses and were keeping it back from the people getting it, which had the food was distributed for a specific purpose, and to starve your own people for your own personal gain, like that thing, it angered me. So we were all talking, we have a group chat, like Afro-Canadian artists, so we were all talking about the situation, and the suggestion came up that we should, you know, lend our voices to something like that. I mean, the concept of the song, nobody had to dig too deep to find lyrics because it affects us all. I've been to Africa. I'm not African per se, but I've been to Africa more than how many times? Sometimes I say I've been to Africa more than most Africans living in Canada, you know? So like, Africa is like very personal to me. As Black people, we all know where our heritage is, you know, where our ancestors are from, you know? But something like that, we had to do something about it. If we didn't do anything, we are just as bad as those who are actually doing it. We cannot,
because you have been on to GBKM so many times, and we have had this discussion about you not just creating music that is for the hype and the glitz and the glamour, but really adding value in the messages and adding value in the music that you put out there. And in our last discussion, you released Synopsis, which was your album, and a whole half of the album, more than a half of the album, was dedicated to getting messages like these across. So tell us about this one. Why this one strikes so close to your heart, this project?
Well, like Dr. Rad said, you don't have to dig too deep to find what really, how it touches you. I mean, this is like worldwide. Everybody can see this. Immediately you hear a story about this, your heart bleeds, you know? So, I mean, the time is now. Like, we're standing up to say, no, it's too much. Like, I can't take my kids back home because I'm scared of security reasons, you know? I don't want, like, she's safe over here, but she wants to know where she comes from. But in order for me to take her there, I have to make the country better for her to go to, you know? So that's why we're all here, and that's why we're pushing as much as possible to get the message across to whoever needs to hear it, and inspires them to do the right thing, you know what I mean?
You're loving the hairstyle, by the way, but aside from all that though, we are at such a pivotal time in our existence. I mean, we just experienced throughout the summer the mass movement to have end police violence, even though it was centralized in the US and here in North America. But how do we bridge this experience here in Canada, in the US, and really try to fix a lot of the issues that are happening on the African continent, which oftentimes get overlooked?
Thank you very much for that question. Shout out to GBKM for bringing us, GBKM FM for bringing us here on this platform. I'd say one of the things is in a situation like this, us being interviewed on this platform gives us an opportunity, gives us an opportunity to be able to lend our voices in the situations going on around the world. So like one of the artists said, Fad, for us to just keep pestering the powers that be, whether it be through message on social media, through interviews, through music, through any way that we can, but consistently. And that's where the idea of a song like Fed Up came about. So I'm really, really blessed for this opportunity, and I hope that the viewers who see this will do their best to share this interview and keep the fire alive, because this is a time where you can see the shift change from like good to great because of the power of social media, having like the first elected female vice president, you understand? So everything is all tied in. It's not coincidental. There has to be a time where the youths will lend their voice and be active, and the time is now, because we will.
And of course, we're going to just swing by Slim Flex there. Slim Flex, you're one of those artists who really packs the emotion in your delivery each time. I've watched you perform so many different times, and your voice has this thing of capturing your audience and really stirring something within them. Is this what we're going to get from Slim Flex on this track? And what do you want the power of that impact to do, for one, and how people should in the future, right, adjust themselves and really start taking stock and really lending a hand when they can to issues like these?
Once again, to you and your team for, hosting us here and giving us the platform to actually address issues that are dear to us in regards to our continent, Africa. For me, you just asked if my voice if there was gonna be more powerful. Yes, like you just said, the passion has been me. The passion is still there, and when the thing is more close to home, the passion is more. So obviously, what you're gonna see on this video or this song is the hard flex, is the real flex, giving you that fire that has been in me. But to really start off my stuff, I would like to say. I would like to go to my Ghana national anthem, and that is the three. I like to break them into three. It says, "God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong." So this time I'm saying, God bless Africa and make Africa great and strong, right? And then there's a part that really catches me, and it says, "And help us to resist oppressors' rule." That is my word. That is my key. Resist oppressors' rule. What is this like rule? Oppressors' rule is what my engineer just said. Why do you hold relief items that are supposed to like help your people who are in jeopardy? That's supposed to help them out. Why do you hold those things? You understand? Why do you switch off a light for peaceful protesters and shoot into the peaceful protesters? These are the things we need to resist. These are the things, these oppressors are the things, and like Fahad just said, the time is now. We're not gonna wait no more. We're not gonna be doing the whole, we're waiting for, excuse me to use this word, God to descend to change stuff. No, because God listens to those who call on him. So if we're gonna make an impact, the time is now. And I'm so honored and so fortunate to be part of this group. I remember when, like Dr. Rad said, when we got to the studio and we're just putting our heads together, just the creativity that just came. Like he said, we didn't have to dig deep. Everyone just kind of had something that related to something. And for me, coming from Ghana, seeing kids being kidnapped, that is one thing that Ghana is facing a lot that people don't even know. Kids, women being kidnapped, left, right, center. This is the time to resist the oppressor's rule. This is the time that we don't just see ourselves as just artists to entertain, but artists to lend our voice, our power, our money, our resources, whatever that we can to push this agenda and pester these people. Go after them to the point where they say, you know what, we give up. And shout out to Kamala Harris, she did good, our first black vice president for the world. I respect that. Let's go.
Gonna go over, but who can ignore what Slim Flex just said? Really touching to the heart. We don't even know the extent, some of us don't even know the extent to which these crimes are being committed on the African continent, and this is something that we have to thank them for in the first place, for shedding a light on issues like these so that persons like myself can act to help in whichever way that I possibly can. But of course, as we swing by and swing over to the director extraordinaire, you have one of the probably most difficult jobs on this project, because I mean the artists are not taking away from their talent, but their writing skills, it came easily, they said. But you had the job of framing that in one marketable way, in a way that gets the message across in the way that the artists intended for the message to get across, and of course so that persons like myself who haven't seen the video, who will be seeing the video later on throughout today's show, but for us to really receive that message. So give us a breakdown, take us through that journey.
All right, thank you very much. First of all, coming to the framing of the video and all the stuff, it wasn't actually that hard because the artists who came knew what they wanted. You know what I mean? Like most of them came with their ideas already. All I have to do is polish it, which made the work easy because they came together, they decided to do this, and I've seen it, what's going on. You know, one sadness, there's a saying in Africa that says, hand go, hand come. You know, these presidents, the politicians, we are the ones who pay them, if they don't know. But we are the ones who pay them. But that money we pay, we have to gain something back. And that what we have to gain is security, peace. No, we need to feel safe in our community. But if we can't feel safe in our own country, what are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing up there? You better just get down. We use our own money to take care of our own self. And that, like, it's sad, but it's sad. Like the Africa I grew up in, like when I was young, like coming back, I always say, yo, if not because of money and education, I wouldn't be in this country. I'll come and visit and see everything and just go back to my country and enjoy it. Because I could wake up today and just eat. I go out. It's all fun to the evening. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about bill or nothing. You know what I mean? Like we have the farm, everything is there. It's so nice. You're happy. Even the poor people are the most happiest people there. But look at what's happening now. It doesn't matter what country is happening. Whether it's 5 countries in the continent, Africa. It doesn't matter because it's happening in this country. It's gonna affect every country in the society, and it's sad. So coming out with the video, as I said, wasn't hard because the artists know what they were doing. They've been in the game for a long time. They came with their ideas. I just have to polish it, join something to it.
Without a doubt, 2020 has been that transformational year. I mean, we're right in the midst of a global pandemic, but also we're in the midst of a great shift. And that shift is for social justice across the world. Of course, each artist have a specific message in their verses. And I just want each and every one of you to break that message down for us. I understand that our director extraordinaire, you played a dual role in this. You also sang on the collaboration and you also directed. What was your message?
My message was actually about wickedness. You know, like we are all humans. Like remember, even in this country, even animals are treated way more than humans in this country. Like a dog, you can't mess with a dog. But how can you see your own brother? You know, how can you see your own brother and kill your own brother and go to bed at night and be able to sleep and wake up the next day and continue your life like nothing is happening? So what I focused on most was about the wickedness of mankind, even in general. How can you kill whether you're police, you're a soldier, you're the president, you're whatever, you're the doctor. It doesn't matter who you are. We are all one people. When you die today, when I die today, you can be a billionaire, but we're all going to the same grave. So I focus way more on the wickedness. And I also talked about something in my song that was that the land that is full of prophets is the land that is creating all this evil. Like Africa, let's be honest, Africa produces about 2 million pastors a year. Africa produces a lot of prophets, like a lot. Now if you go to Africa now, people even use their living room for church and everything. But we have all those people. We pray every day. Africans are we are the most. We go to church mostly Monday service, Tuesday service, Wednesday service, Thursday service, and all this stuff. But at the end of it, the wickedness, killing our own people, is from the same land.
All right, so I'm gonna start off by saying that my verse was pretty much self-explanatory. You know, we're just addressing the concern that Africa must rise, that this is the time to fight, and the fact that in my second verse, the last part of my verse talks about how the politicians and the police, you know, are brutalizing and then confusing the people, making us not even be able to make a meaningful headway. So pretty much that's what I said. It goes like, my people must fight, oh, Africa must rise, oh. We first stand for the truth and fight for the right and never give up, oh. Politician killing our land, them must set confusion pan now. Ghetto youth have a rise and police can't stop us from our land. You understand? So we have to fight the police brutality. We have to fight.
Politicians use us for coughing. Think it's time to find a solution now. I said I'm tired of the hate, tired of the fakes, tired of intimidation Africa they face, tired of the endless solution my people are facing now. I think you need to peep what I just said. I said we're tired of the hate, we're tired of the intimidation Africa is facing, and the politicians, they use us for coffins. They sacrifice us. They sacrifice innocent lives for their own gain. They shouldn't be able to rest at night. We'll keep on pestering, and we're all fed up. And that's just the message that I passed in my verse. Thank you.
There's a saying that says the youth are the future, but apparently these leaders of Africa don't remember or don't recognize that. They just say it, but they don't actually believe it. So I think we're here to remind them that we're actually the youth of the future. So if you kill us all now, so who's going to take over? You know what I mean? Your time will soon reach. So I think it's only fair for them to do what's necessary and what's best for us, because they should, and again, they should think about their legacy. You know, that's one thing that's wrong with these people. They don't care about their legacy. All they want to do is just enrich their pocket, you know, and forget the main people that owns the resources, you know what I mean? So, but there's a saying again that says, no peace and rest for the wicked. So we never give up, we'll keep fighting until we get what belongs to us.
Well, actually, everybody was invited in the process of making the beat, and that's what we went to the studio exclusively to do. But everything, this song was pretty much recorded that night because of the emotions of everybody, you know, towards what was happening. Everybody just came up with their verses like pretty much in a matter of minutes. The song was pretty much done within like 3-4 hours, and of course we invited other people who later came to put their voices, but like everything I'm explaining right now, everything is happening in the space of 1 week. We recorded the song last Saturday, and we recorded it in the space of 2 weeks. We recorded the upper Saturday from last, we shot the video on Sunday. I mean, I'd like to commend everybody who is involved in the process. This is the first time that something happened like this fast, you know, so which shows that for a good cause we can all come together, you know. As per I did the chorus in the song. First of all, there was an original chorus, but due to what we call creative differences, we had to change it. So, and it was more or less a last minute thing, so I had to step in and actually do the chorus, which is, it goes a little something like this. I know people want me to sing, but so here goes. We want justice, we need peace, end this brutality from the police. The youths them fed up,
fed up. My message goes to every artless, leader in Africa, not even in Africa, in the world. Remember what you do today, you go get them tomorrow. See, remember what you sow today, you go reap them tomorrow. See, I don't even think I really need to say much, but trust me, people are being affected from, from your negligence. And I think it's high time you guys wake up and actually stand up for your children.
Keeping with us, of course, I'm being joined right now by Cabana. And Cabana is also part of this, I must say, powerful collaboration of African artists here in Canada. And of course, with Cabana, the message, and I know your fellow mates were talking about the intent, but you getting on a record like this, though, I mean, Fed Up. Fed Up has such depth. We're fed up with the system. We're fed up with the way Africa is existing.
Yeah, so when I got a call from Ozzy the Boss about doing something about what's going on in Africa currently, and that has been going on for many years, I quickly jumped on the opportunity to do it because as the youth of today, we need to make sure that there is change in Africa and all over the world, so that we can actually have a decent life and a system where
you're leading this charge. But tell us about your part, though, your verse on this song, because as all your fellow collab mates said before, the message that you each impart is different, but in the same breath of our unity. Tell us about your verse.
My verse. It didn't take nothing for me to put it together because I'm part of the struggle. I'm part of the pain. So what I was actually talking about, like liquefaction, is a system where there's injustice and unruliness and chaos. So I'm just asking for us to take action to curb it, and then the future is now, and African leaders so far have been sabotaging the African future. So instead of us running around like it's a rat race, I want us to look at democracy and see that it's making us all go crazy. So we need to take a step back and look at how we govern and make sure that we're not just channeling all we have outside of Africa and then only come there just to die later, right? So we need to make it better for the living and not for the dead.
I mean, absolutely powerful. The message, the intent is simply spectacular. And without any further ado, let us take a look at the video. Fed Up by these lovely artists.
We want justice, we need peace, and this brutality from the police. The youth's done fed up, and this brutality. Everybody fed up, change our mentality. We are the future, we will be the future, the youth will be the future. We are the future. They want kill us because we they say no to corruption. We not go give up, even though they try to kill us all. I say one day, we will better. I say one day, oh yeah. Justice will
see, slave. My people must fight, Africa must rise, We first stand for the truth and fight for our rights and never give up, Politicians killing our land, them a set confusion pan our land. Get to youth have to rise and take our land. See police can't stop us from our land.
We want justice, we need peace, and this brutality from the police. The youth's done fed up, and this brutality. Everybody fed up, change our mentality.
People them are dying for nothing. Politicians use us for coffin. Really need to find a solution. I tire for the hate, tire for the rape, tire for intimidation. Africa they face. tire for the endless starvation my people are facing now.
We want justice, we need peace, and this brutality from the police. The youth's done fed up, and this brutality. Everybody fed up, change our mentality.
I prefer better Naija. Same story all the time. No light, no road, no hospital. Now which kind country be this? Operation every day, killing my people every day. Africa, one day, change must come.
FA to the HD. So suffer with the suffer. Government people make me wonder. They carry gun killing my brothers. All these things make me they wonder. Remember what you do today, you go get down tomorrow. Remember what you sow today, you go reap back tomorrow.
We want justice, we need peace, and this brutality from the police. The youth's done fed up, and this brutality. Everybody fed up, change our mentality.
We don't tire. I go fight for my picking future. Bad government and none, bad governance and none. Every day they might shoot, they might kill, they might loot, they might take everything where we get to you. Enough is enough, I beg you.
Black faction, I beg you, we need action. The future is now. Africa leaders, them be saboteur. No more pressure. Right now we need liberation. Everybody run like a rat race. This democracy don't make man crazy. Oluwa got
want justice. We need peace, and this brutality from the police. The youth's done fed up, and this brutality. Everybody fed up.
Yalla body kena donko. Bato chilo sasa aba fonko. And abanya lamba kataru kutoto. Tautology, robbiness, unforgot to the pain, the fears we face every day. The land that's full of prophets is the evil of today. The shame we face, killing, outrage. The land that can be greener is the red of today.
Remember, we pledged to our country to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve the people with all our strength. But the leaders don't forget their promises. To defend our unity and uphold honor and glory. So help us God, oh, in Africa.
We want justice, we need peace, and this brutality from the police. The youth's done fed up, and this brutality. Everybody fed up,
we don't tire. Politicians say we don't tire. Time for election, they promise for the nation. They do jaga now, no mention. Make we come together, reject it. Make we come together, reject corruption. Make we come together, build a Naija. My first, our own go better.
We want justice, we need peace, and this brutality from the police. The youth's done fed up, and this brutality. Everybody fed up, change our mentality.
Absolutely, and I mean, we just had to take a look at the Fed Up music video, and what absolute brilliance that was. I mean, the directors did an excellent job. I mean, the artists did an excellent job. So, gentlemen and lady, we've heard the problem. Now it's time for the solutions. What are the youth's solution? What do you want to see change, and what changes do you want to see happen?
One of the key things is to educate, because a lot of these things are happening because even with the police, they're not properly educated to the point where protocol is followed. And I think
I just want to say, let there be justice and let peace reign in Africa, in our country.
I believe they are all dead inside, and they should all go away because
The only solution I want them to have for us is people should be held
My number
accountable.
one solution is to vote. Vote.
We want a complete turnaround and accountability on every
Youth are
level.
saying to the government to listen to us and pay
I only
minds
have
to us.
one solution for all of Africa's problem. It's to make sure that all elected officials are prohibited from traveling outside of Africa to search for education, healthcare, and any need at all. They should all get it in Africa.
Which we saw on full display in this video, is simply superb. I mean, thank you all so much for joining us, and thank you to all the amazing artists. Let me just extend this to you here. This is the time for the youth voice. You've all displayed that you're aware of this fact and you have acted on this issue. And GBKM thanks you so much. I thank you so much. And I'm pretty sure that the entire world thank you so much. I mean, coming from Ozzy, I mean, the producer, the director, the lovely lady, the youngest of the youngest, and of course, the gentleman who just came in. Thank you so much, you at home, for joining this week and for tuning in to this special, very special and timely premiere of the Fed Up music video. You can get it on all their platforms, which will be coming out very soon. And of course, the exclusive premiere will be on all our GBKM FM platforms. Of course, on Facebook, Great Benin Kingdom Media. Get us on our website, gbkm.tv. You can also get us on TuneIn app GBKM. You can also get us on YouTube, which is GBKM TV. And thank you all so much for joining us, and thank you at home for joining us. Have a wonderful day.
We want justice, we need peace, and this brutality from the police. The youth's done fed up, fed up. Fed up, and this brutality. Everybody fed up, fed up, fed up. Change our mentality. We are the future. Are we ready? The future. Are the youth ready? The future. We are the future. They want kill us so because we they say no to corruption. We not go give up, oh, even though they try to kill us all. I say one day, we will get better. I say one day, oh yeah, yeah. Justice will
See, slave. My people must fight, oh. Africa must rise, oh. We first stand for the truth and fight for our rights and never give up, oh. Politicians killing our land, them must set confusion.
We've got MP Sahoda, Minister of Parliament from Brampton North.
And I've downloaded my app as well. Encourage all your viewers to do the same because nothing is easier than having, your favorite program.
Make sure to download our app on iOS or Android, GBKM on either platform.
My name is Andrea Barrett, and I am the host of 360 Wellness. This is a show where we share information and ideas, bring you some of the latest research, tips, and strategies so you can be a better, healthier version of yourself. So glad you stayed tuned and enjoyed this today. Last week, we talked about breast cancer. Now, most people know I'm a pre-diabetes nutritionist and wellness expert, have a family history of type 2 diabetes, so pre-diabetes and diabetes are near and dear to my heart. However, this October, we've dedicated 2 shows to talk about breast cancer. October in Canada is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I think it's really important to share information, dispel any facts or untruths, and give some good concrete studies, research, tips, and suggestions to women and men dealing with breast cancer. I also think it's important to be intentional and pay special care with their caregivers. Caregivers often go unnoticed and honestly, I'm going to say not as supported as we should and could be. The caregiver, the person supporting, nurturing, feeding, loving, taking care of the breast cancer patient is also important, and we need to make sure that we're looking after them as well. Last week's show, we had a great conversation with Juliet Creary, who is a registered nurse and skincare consultant. We talked about breast cancer, we talked about the importance of getting tested, and we dispelled some myths. There's one that I want to repeat at this show. Breast cancer does not just strike women of a certain age. Breast cancer can affect anybody at any age. It's very important that women get tested regardless of their age. In the past, we thought breast cancer was an older person's disease. It's something that your grandmother may or may not develop, something that you only needed to worry about if you're 55, 60 and higher. That is untrue. What we learned last week was it's so important to know your breasts and to get tested. I would like to encourage anybody watching this show or anybody who cares for anybody watching this show to go and get tested. Simply make an appointment, go see your family physician and get tested. The earlier you get tested and checked, the better off you are. Another myth that we dispelled during the show last week is that breast cancer only affected women. Not true. Men can also develop breast cancer. So it's important that everyone go and get tested. Now, interestingly enough, there is, I guess, a misconception of the types of races or cultures or people of certain backgrounds that can develop breast cancer. Breast cancer does not discriminate. Anybody, any age, any background, any race, any ethnicity can and have developed breast cancer. So it's important that everyone watching this show, please go and get tested. So I want to make sure we bring a lot of awareness to this issue, being October and Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So last week when we had our conversation with the registered nurse, Juliet Creary, we talked about breast cancer. We said that it develops in the cells. So we know that breast cancer, it's cancerous tumors are a group of cancer cells that can grow into and destroy nearby tissue. We also know that breast cancer, these tumors, these cells can spread. The other word for that, the clinical word for that is metastasize to other parts of your body. So you can develop breast cancer in one part of your body, it can be treated, and it can still metastasize and spread to another part of your body. The information I'm sharing in this show came from a few different sources. I took a look at the British Columbia Cancer Agency. I took a look at the Susan Komen Foundation, and I also took a look at the Canadian Cancer Society. So as we all know, I'm a nutritionist and love to talk about food and wanted to spell a fact about food and breast cancer right off the bat. There is no special diet or special food that can prevent, treat, or cure breast cancer. So I just want to repeat that. There's no special diet, there's no special food, there's no special nutrition program that can cure, prevent, or treat breast cancer. I want to just dispel that right off the bat. What's important to know is a healthy diet is what's important. Although you can be on the best diet, the cleanest diet, paleo, keto, gluten-free, vegan, pescatarian, you can be on whatever diet and you can still be diagnosed with breast cancer. So there isn't one specific diet. What's important is to have great eating habits, to have a variety of food on your plate, different colors, different minerals, different antioxidants, different macronutrients that will keep you strong and healthy. So one of the things that I found in my research is that it's important to maintain a healthy weight. There have been more negative studies on or negative outcomes on people that have been overweight, that have been obese, or that have just been very physically inactive. So what is important is to be a healthy weight. You need to maintain a healthy weight. Now that doesn't mean you need to go on any fad diets or do anything drastic like that. You just need to maintain a healthy weight. There's also been some research on plant-based diets. There is benefit of incorporating more fruits and vegetables into your diet, but you don't necessarily have to be exclusively on a vegan or vegetarian diet. What's important is to make sure you're consuming lots of leafy greens, you're getting lots of fiber, you're eating all of your fruits and vegetables, and you're getting food from a wide variety and colorful sources. Another very important factor, which may not be a surprise, is physical activity. So hopefully you're seeing that what I'm sharing now is basic information we talk about with anybody who has pre-diabetes or high blood pressure or people who just want to maintain a healthy weight. It's the same thing when it comes to eating well for a cancer diagnosis or in terms of prevention. It's just about having a healthy diet. Physical activity. According to Health Canada, we should aim for a minimum of 150 minutes of exercise per week. And really, that's not a lot. You don't need any special equipment. You don't need a fancy gym membership. You just need some running shoes. 150 minutes of exercise, simply walking. If you're able to go outside, go to a park, go down the street, excellent. If you are in a building or in a condo or an apartment, walking in the hallways, walking up and down the stairs, just walking, or just literally, if you can only walk in the premises, just doing some walking, getting your heartbeat up, getting the circulation go, and actually moving your body. So maintaining a healthy weight, incorporating more plant-based options into your diet, as well as engaging in physical activity. Now, cancer is complex and it's caused by a combination of factors. So that's why we can't say there's a special diet or special foods. It can be, what causes it is complex and a lot of different factors come into play. We know that men and women who are currently going through treatment for cancer, breast cancer, develop some uncomfortableness. So there's mouth sores, low appetite, nausea, and vomiting. So now you can imagine if you were dealing with any of the four, or if you're dealing with all four, you're not going to feel like eating and you're not going to want to consume anything, which then impacts your weight. You may become underweight. Also, by not feeling like eating, or if feeling like eating is discomfort and you're not feeling good about it, you're going to miss out on some very important key nutrients. So these are some of the symptoms people who've either undergone chemotherapy or hormone therapy or some medication may be experiencing. So if you don't have an appetite or eating is not as desirable or pleasurable as you'd like, blended drinks are great. So hopefully you have a blender, or if you know someone currently going through treatment for cancer, having blended drinks. You can make soups, you can make smoothies, you can do juices, you can just puree things. That is a great way to get food into your mouth, especially if you have mouth sores and some discomfort. When we're eating, we need to make sure we're eating a lot of nutrient-dense and delicious and colorful grains, fruits, and vegetables. We also want to make sure we get some great fats and protein. Healthy fats will help us maintain weight. So if you're having trouble keeping your weight on, you can have some great healthy fats. We're talking about cashews, almonds, walnuts. If you're not able to eat these nuts and seeds whole, you can have them in a nut butter. Almond butter, cashew butter, walnut butter, peanut butter. So get these healthy sources of fats will put some pounds on you. Also avocados. I love avocados. This is tied for my number one form of fat. It's creamy, it's filling, it's high in calories, and will keep you satiated and keep you going. You can eat this raw, just cut it up, eat it right out of its skin. You can put this on top of a salad. Avocado toast seems to be something very popular these days. Simply cut open the avocado and slather it all over whatever it is you're having. Bread, crackers, romaine leaf, avocado. Have it in whatever way you can. Avocados can also be had you can make ice cream with avocados, and you can also put it in your smoothie. So if you're having trouble getting a lot of calories into your diet, putting an avocado, and I mean this whole avocado, you can see this one isn't so big. Put this whole avocado into your smoothie. It'll make it really creamy and rich and will keep you full. And avocados are really dense, full of calories. And you need the calories to keep your energy up. So we need healthy fats and we need protein. A lot of people aren't aware that protein is essential for our tissues, and it's also essential for supporting your immune system. So you want to make sure, if you're not getting a lot of meals, that you're getting some sort of protein in there. So that comes from beans, or that comes from legumes, or that comes from eating animal protein. If you're eating animal protein, eggs, chicken, fish, salmon, trout, mackerel, anchovies. So I have some examples of some protein. So here is tuna. Tuna is a great source of protein. You can eat this straight out of the can. You can cook it up with some onions and scallion and tomatoes, or you can put it in a sandwich, or you can put it on top of a salad. So tuna is a great source of protein. There's also sardines, another very good source of protein. Same thing. You can eat these straight out of the packet, straight out of the container, or you can warm them up, add some spices, make them taste good. Add some onions and some garlic and throw some vegetables in there. Put this over rice or a healthy grain, or you can put this on top of your salads. Sardines are also very good. And again, we just talked about chicken and turkey and goats and oxtail and meat. Any sort of animal protein, great source of protein. If you're plant-based, tofu, tempeh, seitan, looking for plant-based solutions that will provide a lot of protein for you, which is important. So again, protein is important because you need it for your tissues, and you also need it to support your immune system. Another way to get protein is to supplement it. So this is protein powder. Wide variety of different protein powders currently on the market. If you visit your local health food store or your local grocery store, or if you even order it online, you want to look for a good, clean source of protein. You can get protein powder from plant-based or animal-based. So protein plant-based comes from a wide variety. I've seen cranberry, I've seen pea, I've seen hemp, I've seen soy. So a wide variety of plant-based protein, which comes in a lot of different flavors, or you can get regular protein powder from animals, usually whey protein. What you can do is you can put this in your smoothie. It'll thicken it up and it will give you instantly more protein. You can also put this in avocado pudding, or put this in oats. If you're having some oats and some dairy milk, or you're having some oats and some nut milk, you can add protein powder to it. It'll thicken it up a little bit and it will give you more protein. So protein is very important when going through recovering from treatment from breast cancer, or just for general good health. Now so more on the healthy fats. So we talked about nuts and seeds, avocados. We talked about olives. When it comes to seeds, pumpkin seeds, sesame seeds, lots of good rich seeds. I encourage people to visit your bulk store. Take a look at the different things there. I find that a lot of us tend to eat the same thing over and over again. We're quite familiar with peanuts and we're quite familiar with almonds. There are pistachios, there are Brazil nuts, there's a lot of selenium in these products. So it's important to try and experiment with different types of nuts and seeds. When purchasing these things, remember, you don't want any added salt. So you want to buy unsalted nuts and seeds, and you don't want them roasted. Anything that's roasted means heat has been applied. So perhaps heat and oil, and it could be sitting in that container or that bin for who knows how long. And it's not what you want in your body. You want raw, you want unprocessed, you want natural. So I encourage you, when you're shopping, again, at the bulk store or your grocery store or your local health store, and actually, quite frankly, I've seen nuts and seeds everywhere. You can buy it at the gas station, you can buy it at the dollar store, but buyer beware. Make sure you're reading the packaging. Don't be dazzled by everything you see on the front of the label. Turn everything over and read the back. Here I have an example of some sunflower seeds. So you need to make sure that the sunflower seeds you're purchasing, that the ingredient is just sunflower seeds. There's no oils, there's no salt, nothing here says roasted. These are raw. Raw is best. At times, you may find raw nuts and seeds or unsalted nuts and seeds may cost more, but trust me, it is better for you and your body will appreciate it and thank you when you put the good stuff in. This is fuel for your body. This is information for your body. And so there are, and what you're cooking with, olive oils, coconut oils, butter. Low quantities of fat are good. Fat flavors our food. We need healthy fats in our body. Make sure that you're buying things that coming from reputable companies, and don't be afraid of using fat in your cooking and fat to sprinkle on your food. In fact, when you're eating salads, there's a misconception that you don't want any salad dressing on your salad. You're going to order this big, beautiful salad and you're going to say, oh, please, let's hold the dressing. Hold the bad dressing, the really thick, sweet dressing full of artificial stuff, but balsamic vinegar and olive oil, very clean, very good. In fact, you can't absorb the nutrients in your salad unless it's paired with oil. So if you order a salad, greens, arugula, romaine, cucumbers, bell peppers, just a lot of good stuff, but you don't have any dressing with it, you are not absorbing the nutrients in those greens. Eating a bag of spinach without dressing really is doing you no good. You can't avoid it. It's like yin and yang. You need them together. So make sure you're getting good sources of olive oil. While we're speaking of olive oil, there have been studies that show that it's buyer beware. Sometimes we're in a haste at the grocery store and we're grabbing a bottle that's shaped like olive oil and that looks like it's olive oil, but really when you read it, it's olive oil mixed with something else. So you want to make sure when you are purchasing this product, take a minute just to read what's in it. Turn it to the back and make sure you can see. Here is an example of olive oil. It doesn't necessarily have to be organic, but it needs to be olive oil. There are unscrupulous manufacturers out there that are cutting olive oil with other oil. If that's not what you want to buy, make sure you're picking up the right thing. And blended drinks. So we talked about smoothies, we talked about juices, and we talked about soups. When you're buying juice or making a juice, make sure that you're getting some fiber in there. So I like to encourage people to avoid the store-bought juices because it's really high in sugar. You can make a juice at your home with a blender or a juicer and put a lot of green produce, a lot of green fruits and vegetables in there. You'll be so much better off for it because it's full of fiber. And fiber is what we're going to talk about at the end of our commercial break. So stay tuned. I'll be right back.
Trip allocation and cash out your earnings whenever you want. Download our driver apps today to sign up.
Canada's #1 African barbecue, the Suya Spot. Serving and satisfying your Suya needs from multiple locations across the GTA, including Scarborough, Toronto, Woodbridge, and Mississauga. Also located in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Visit any location today or stay home and order through DoorDash, Uber Eats, and Skip the Dishes. For more information, check out our website at www.thesuyaspot.com or call the toll-free line at +1 866 448 7892. The Suya Spot. You built it, now use it. Vous l'avez construit, utilisez.
All right, so before the break, we were talking about fiber, and even before that, we were talking about juice. So here, I have two pieces of fruit. I have an orange, and I have an apple. It's best to eat the fruit whole intact, like you see right here, instead of the juice. This apple, it's better for you to eat the apple than to drink apple juice. This orange, it's better for you to eat this orange than it is for you to drink orange juice for a few reasons. One, the time that it takes. When you take the time to bite into this apple and chew, you are doing your body a favor. You're getting more fiber and more nutrients in eating this apple with the skin. You're taking time, your taste buds are awake, you're enjoying it. When you are just drinking juice, it happens quickly and you're missing all the fiber, and fiber is so crucial for our digestion. Same thing with this orange. When you take the time to peel this and eat it one by one, it takes longer, and that is actually will fill you up, as opposed to opening up the fridge, grabbing the jug, pouring it into a glass and drinking it. It takes longer to eat the orange, and this orange here is full of fiber. So when it comes to juice, I really discourage people from drinking juice, especially store-bought juice, because it raises your blood sugar, because really it's just sugar. If you can take the time to eat a piece of fruit, your body will thank you. So that's where we're gonna get some fiber. Fiber also comes from avocados. You'll find fiber in a lot of grains. So we're talking about rice, we're talking about barley, we're talking about millet, we're talking about amaranth, we're talking about teff. A lot of great grains. I find that a lot of people really just eat rice. There are people who only eat white rice. Again, I love to go to stores like any kind of bulk store where you can try new things. I also encourage people to shop in new grocery stores. Try, what's called the ethnic grocery store or the international aisle of a grocery store. Check out the different grains there. Buckwheat, whole wheat, try them out. Kamut, spelt. There's so many great things. Try them, buy them in small quantities and see what you can do. Lots of great recipes right now online. Also, great sources of fiber is flax. So flax seeds. When you're buying your flax seeds, you need to grind them up. If you go to any of these stores and you buy the whole flax seed and you sprinkle it in whatever you're eating or you put it in your smoothie, you're not absorbing any of it. It's going to go right through you. Trust me, it's going to go right through you. The way to unlock all the power is to grind it up. So if you buy flax seeds, they need to be in the fridge or in the freezer, kept fresh and cold. Buy a little coffee grinder or something small and grind up your flax seeds as you need them. That is how you unlock and unleash all of the fiber and the power of flax seeds. The same thing for chia seeds. You want to put that in your smoothie or your water or your pudding. It will thicken up and it's full of fiber and will keep you regular. This is what we need to keep a healthy weight and to have a healthy diet. And then there's legumes. So here is an example of some legumes. Put this in your salad, cook this up in a soup. Make this into a stew. If you're making chili, put lots of legumes and beans in there. Legumes are a great source of protein and also a really good source of fiber. So make sure you can either buy them dry and then soak them before cooking, or you can buy them in cans. So now let's talk about antioxidants. So at the beginning of the segment, we talked about breast cancer and cells and how they're damaged. Antioxidants are chemical substances that are found in some foods. So we know, or most people are aware, you find them in fruits and vegetables. You always hear people saying, make sure you eat your blueberries, they're high in antioxidants. Antioxidants protect our cells by removing free radicals. Now, these free radicals is what may lead to cancer. So I like to think of it as an analogy I've heard is an apple. You know when you're ready to eat that apple, because we're not drinking that apple juice, right? We're ready to eat that apple. We get a knife, we cut it in half, and then the phone rings or someone's at the door. We go away, we come back, we forget the apple. So let's say 20 or 30 minutes has elapsed. You go back and you look at that apple and you see that it started to brown, right? You know that when you cut an apple and you leave it for a while, it starts to brown. That is oxidation. So when you think of that apple, think of your cells. Your cells need antioxidants to prevent them from, going brown. The way we take care of our cells is by feeding them and bathing them in antioxidants. Antioxidants are primarily found in fruits and vegetables. So these blueberries I was talking about, yes, I have them, and yes, I love them. And it's not unusual for me to eat this entire clamshell of blueberries. Don't be cheap with the blueberries. If they're on sale, buy them, freeze them, put them in a freezer bag. Use them throughout the winter months or the cold months for smoothies. Blueberries in your salad. Blueberries in by the handful. When you're having a snack, some blueberries, some raspberries, some cashews, some pistachios. That is a healthy snack. We also want to make sure we find fruits and vegetables that are heavily pigmented. Here are some blackberries. Blackberries, anything rich in pigment usually is high in antioxidant. And again, like 2 or 3, that's nothing. I would eat at least half of this in a salad or by itself with some nuts and seeds, or put this in a smoothie. Antioxidants are key. So not just blueberries, not just blackberries, we have guinea, we have raspberries, we have mangosteen, we have pomegranate, oranges, kiwi. Make sure when you go into your grocery store, you're spending more time in the perimeter. Check out the produce section. And again, this is what I encourage people to try out an ethnic grocery store or the international aisle. Try and buy those fruits and vegetables that you normally don't consume. We live in Canada here. We don't grow a lot of fruits and vegetables. So try things that are from different countries. Try things for different flavor and in different colors. Your body will thank you. So we want to make sure we get a lot of these great antioxidants because our cells need them. We need to protect them against free radicals. So antioxidants, we're talking about vitamin C. Vitamin C, a lot of us know you can get from oranges. You can also get vitamin C in bell peppers, red peppers, yellow peppers, orange peppers, green peppers, kiwi. Vitamin C, not just in your orange. There's vitamin E, which you can find in a lot of nuts and seeds. There's beta carotene and there's selenium. Brazil nuts, walnuts, that's where you'll find some good sources of selenium. The best way to get these sources of antioxidants is through your food. So I know when you're going shopping, you'll see endless supplements out there promoting all sorts of things. It's not necessary to supplement with antioxidants unless your practitioner has advised you to do so. If you eat well, if you eat blueberries and blackberries and pomegranates and mangosteen and mangoes and pineapples and all of that good stuff, you will get enough antioxidants. 2 facts that I found when it comes to nutrition and cancer. Fruits and vegetables, a diet rich in fruits and vegetables will decrease your risk of breast cancer, of some breast cancers. But a lot of studies have found that a diet high in fruits and vegetables, high in antioxidants, will decrease your risk of some breast cancers. They also found a very strong correlation with alcohol. Alcohol increases your risk of some cancers. So those are the 2 facts and studies that I found out there when it comes to nutrition and breast cancer. It's also important to know that calories are important. This is when you want to eat rich, dense food so you can keep your energy up. Calories is energy. It's energy for your body. And protein, which we talked about, which promotes healing and supports your immune system. Then there's liquids and fluids. So we talked about juice. We don't want to have a lot of juice, but we do need fluids. It's important to aim for about 2 liters of water per day. Clean water that your cells and your skin and your body will thank you for. Aim for 2 liters. You may not be able to do it all at once, but slow and steady, 1 glass at a time will get you there. Now, there are several studies currently underway in terms of dietary factors and how they relate to breast cancer. There are studies currently going on now on acrylamide. Acrylamide is something that's found in French fries. So the jury is out on if there is a direct link, but there are currently some studies going on now. There are also studies going on dairy products. So periodically we'll hear this or that about dairy and a link to breast cancer. The jury is out. There are studies currently underway, so we do not know definitively if there is a correlation. And dietary fat, that is something that is always being studied because scientists want to make sure there is no direct link. There are also studies going on about fiber and folate, again, to show that if an increase or a decrease, or what is the amount that one needs to have so they can take care of prevention. And there are studies currently going on meat. We always hear different scientific studies and nutritional studies in the media about meat. If too much meat or no meat, a meat diet or a plant-based diet leads to success with recovery or in terms of prevention. And there are studies going on about soy. So we've heard a lot of misinformation in the past when it comes to soy. So again, scientists are doing some research. So everything that I've just listed, there are no definitive studies in one way or the other when it comes to these foods being in support or negatively harming us when it comes to breast cancer. And finally, there are some studies on vitamin D. Vitamin D is crucial for our bodies. We use it for so many different reactions internally. Although no studies have been proven for breast cancer, it's important that we get enough vitamin D. We have a hard time getting this just from our diet, so it's important to supplement with vitamin D. Again, reach out to your practitioner, get your vitamin D levels tested. Don't take this upon yourself to guess how much vitamin D you need. Go and get your blood work. Go see your family physician or go see your naturopathic doctor. Get a requisition, go to the lab, get your blood drawn, and have an idea of where your vitamin D levels. A lot of people are surprisingly low. They don't know, and you need to know what your baseline is. Find out how much vitamin D, your vitamin D levels, where you are now. Reach out to a practitioner and then see the steps you need to take to increase your vitamin D levels. It's important to understand what your body needs when it comes to healing, repair, and you need to make good food choices, regardless of a chronic disease or a condition or genetic factors or a family lineage of a certain disease. Making sure you understand your nutrition and making sure that you're making good food choices is key. Recent research shows that factors like body weight, which we talked about, a well-rounded diet high in antioxidants, likely can play a role in prevention, but there's no scientific fact on that as yet. A higher risk of breast cancer recurrence and lower overall survival tends to affect people that are overweight, obese, or who have gained a lot of weight. The key here is you need to maintain a healthy weight. So we talked about a few ways. You need to make sure you're getting a lot of physical activity, which is 150 minutes a week. It's not a lot. You can handle that. And also making sure you're eating a well-rounded diet, that you're having some plant-based foods, and that you're getting a lot of antioxidants. You want to make sure you're eating a lot of vegetables, the green leafy vegetables, a lot of whole grains, which we talked about, a lot of legumes, beans, and lentils, and good grains. We know that grains are seeds of plants, so you want to make sure that you're getting enough of this in your diet. When it comes to beans, which is a great source of protein, remember, you can put them just about in anything. You can put them in a breakfast wrap. You can put them in your salad. You can use them in dips and spreads and make your own hummus. You can put them in chili. It's getting a little cooler this time of year, so it's almost chili time. So putting a lot of different beans and lentils in your chili. And if you like pasta in your spaghetti sauce, you can either put some beans and lentils in addition to the meat, or instead of the meat, a lot of beans and lentils. So those were my tips when it comes to nutrition for breast cancer. And as I mentioned, there were really only two scientific facts. One was fruits and vegetables have a higher increase in prevention, and alcohol is something that we should avoid. We don't need to consume a lot of alcohol. There are so many other ways to relax and enjoy life, and especially if you know that it has negative consequences to you physically. If you have any questions on breast cancer or any sort of nutrition plans, please reach out. I'd be more than happy to help. And I'd like to remind anybody who's watching, if you are currently undergoing treatment or recently diagnosed or dealing with breast cancer yourself or have a loved one that is, you do not have to go through this alone. There are so many fantastic organizations out there that you can lean on for support. There is the Olive Branch of Hope, which is an organization predominantly for Black women or women of African descent, that they are there for you, they will help you, they will advise you. They are that shoulder for you to lean on. The Canadian Cancer Society has a tremendous group of volunteers and infrastructure and support that can help. And men, there are lots of organizations out there, some directed just to men. There is an organization that is geared to prostate cancer, organized support groups that will help. You do not need to go through this on your own. Reach out for help, reach out for a shoulder, reach out for advice. It's so important for you to know that we are all here for you. There are trained professionals ready to listen to you, assist you. If you feel like something's wrong, listen to your body. Don't go through this alone and don't sit on it. If something doesn't, you think you feel something, or, we all know our body. If something doesn't feel right, make an appointment with your family physician. If you don't have a family physician, go to your walk-in clinic. Or if you're seeing a naturopath or a wellness practitioner, make an appointment and go get help. That is the first step. So I hope this has been informative. I hope that you've picked up a tip or two. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. I wish you health. I wish you great food and have a great week.
Do you want to be your own boss and make income or extra income with flexible schedule? Welcome to Keenan Courier. Keenan Courier works as a marketplace platform connecting customers who need something delivered with drivers that are willing to serve them. Courier with any vehicle, better trip allocation, and cash out your earnings whenever you want. Download our driver apps today to sign up.
Zillow. Canada's #1 African barbecue, the Suya Spot. Serving and satisfying your Suya needs from multiple locations across the GTA.
Edo State will be 30 years old on the 27th of August 2021. Ours is a land with an enduring monarchy of global acclaim. It is a land filled with distinguished sons and daughters defining and holding their own in all spheres of human endeavor, both at home and in the diaspora. We are a people of confidence and excellence, steeped in values, culture, courage, respect, and measured wisdom. Let us celebrate our Edo-ness. God bless Edo State.
I say, see, this kind girl me I never see. This kind with some more I never see. Baby girl, take me to your privacy. I don't go for your hand and I be piracy. Aye, give me energy. Fine girl, give me energy. Give me energy. Baby, make it give me energy. Although you fine, oh, you done make me the single. Although you bad, oh, me I go give you that ring. Although you fine, oh, you done make me the single. Although you bad, oh, me I go give you that ring. A lot of this, a lot of that. Your point I'm gonna give you that. You got the keys to my heart. So calm down, only you I got. Why anything when you do, then they complain, oh, oh, oh. Girl, if I lose you, wait till be again, oh, oh. This kind girl, me I never see. This kind with some more I never see. Baby girl, take me to your privacy. I don't go for your hand and I be piracy. Aye, give me energy. Fine girl, give me energy. Give me energy. Baby, make it give me energy. Although you fine, oh, you done make me the single. Although you bad, oh, me I go give you that ring. Although you fine, oh, you done make me the single. Although you bad, oh, me I go give you that ring. Oh no more see, you want more see. Baby, that how we want see. I swear, now you be my Beyonce. You get to wait in your body, I dey fancy. Kuluma, Kuluma. Now your name I dey see all over. Kuluma, Kuluma. Now your name I dey see all over. Hey. Give me energy, bad girl, give me energy. Give me energy. She dey give me energy. Oh, you fine, oh. Although you bad, oh. Mr. Happiness. Why anything when you do, then they complain, oh, oh, oh. Girl, if I lose you, wait till be again, oh, oh.
Welcome back to your favorite show, The Discussion. I'm your host, Chelsea Okunji. If you are just joining us, you're tuned into the GBKM network. Thank you for joining us on this network. Remember, you can always follow us and keep up with what's going on, especially on our shows or with our OAPs by going to the website, which is www.gbkm.tv, or you can also go to www.gbkm.fm. Or if you have an iOS or an Android phone, you can always download our free app, which is GBKM. Just search GBKM on all platforms. It's free. Once you download the app, you'd be able to get notifications for past shows, live shows, keep up with our OAPs, keep up with what we have going on. We have so many exciting things going on for you. And as always, this show is proudly sponsored by the Suya Spot, Africa's #1 Caribbean African barbecue, serving and satisfying your suya needs from multiple locations across the GTA. Remember, I tell you this every week. I've tried it. I always get the jollof rice and suya combo. I urge you to go and try it. Once you go there and you try it, remember to say that someone, Chelsea from The Discussion, sent you, and let us know how you like it later. You can also visit their website at www.dcspot.com, or if you're like me and you'd rather just have food be delivered to you, you can order from them from Uber Eats, DoorDash, or Skip the Dishes. Now, today is a very exciting day because what we're doing, it's almost the end of the year. Guys, can you believe it? I want to say thank you for even staying with us, all of our viewers for staying with us for this long. Today's topic is a rundown of one of the most popular culture moments that we've had this year. Now, you guys know that we've had a lot of them, and I can't go through all of them by myself. So here with me today to break down some of the most iconic pop culture moments that have happened in 2022 is none other than Elizabeth Oloidi from the Chat Up Show. Yay!
I love the maracas.
Welcome. Maracas are being here. So, first of all, how are you?
I'm good, girl. How you doing?
I'm good too. Can you imagine this year is almost over?
No.
I know. I know. It was really fast considering the pandemic that we had, but we are really grateful. Mm-hmm. Getting right into things, we have a couple of things to talk about. Yes. Pop culture this year was on fire. So many iconic moments. Mm-hmm. That brings us to our very first topic, our very first, introduction of pop culture that we're discussing. So now this couple, they've been around they keep coming up every now and then, keep being in the media. None other than Will and Jada. And I don't know about you, but I was tired of hearing about them.
They stay talking.
Okay. I thought I was the only one. If it's not Will, it's Jada. If it's not Jada, it's Will.
Or I feel if it's like the two together, which is combination of
girl. What do you think about them constantly just being?
Do you know what? I hear both sides. I hear people who are like, you guys are giving too much information. We don't care. We didn't ask. But then I also understand that as, they're kind of the older generation. Yeah. They're from a generation where they're not usually as open with their marital situations.
That's true.
Situationships.
I feel like even in this generation, I don't know if people are like as open.
I think a little more. These guys. We're still conservative. We are. Yeah. But it's getting a little more, I think, by Gen Z, Gen 8.1. I don't know what they're going to come up with later. We're probably going to be a little more open. But with them, it just feels so unprovoked. And then, like, you're making news about yourself that was not
I feel like they're being intentional about putting all these things out there for the sake of transparency. Mm-hmm. But it's also, they've been held up to such a high standard. Mm-hmm. Like, even J. Cole was like, that Will and Jada love. That Will and Jada love is not what it is anymore.
I don't want it.
I don't want it anymore. Okay. Like, it seems like a lot of ups and downs.
But I respect their honesty, though, that they were able to come up and say, like, hey, we did take some time to separate in our marriage, and this is what happened. This is what I learned. Will recently actually portrayed Serena and Venus's father. Right. So I think that that's also why he came out and talked about whatever he talked about, even though I don't think it correlates, but
about his sexual.
Yes.
I feel like that's because he was also promoting a book.
That's true.
He's promoting like a self-tell-all type of book, and then in the book, this is paraphrasing. Yeah. Don't quote me on this, but I believe he said after he was cheated on, he went outside to cheat so much more that he got repulsed.
Not cheat. He was just like promiscuous. I think he said he was.
Well, I said, this is paraphrasing, he got repulsed by the act of,
being so open sexually, I guess.
Their sexual life has been a topic of debate for certain years. It seemed like they are very open, or not very open, I don't know. Like they have an interesting dynamic. Let's just put it that way. And they've had this dynamic for a while now. There was a rumor that they were like swingers at some point.
Well, no, they cleared that up and said that they were just separated, but they were, I think, still together.
But the way they cleared it up, Jada was like, swingers is a very specific term for a specific act. That's not exactly what they were doing. So she didn't exactly negate the idea that they did something related. They're not swingers. That's basically what it is. But I'm sure, like most of us kept on hearing about either Will or Jada, or some people concluded that they might not like each other.
That they always try to like air their dirty laundry. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how, because it's both of them, right?
Right.
But like, how would you feel if your partner was just constantly in the streets talking about y'all?
No, we can't have that.
You know what I mean?
Even if, like, I don't know what type of business that would be, that you'd have to be putting, because they're doing this to themselves.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. They're doing this to themselves, and they're putting it out there themselves. Like, I guess I get it because you want to be transparent,
but also because like a red table talk, and it's really about laying it bare on the table. But it's not every day. Close table small.
Yeah. Sometimes some things just need to be kept in-house, and like we don't need to know everything. Yeah. That's just basically it. So Will and Jada, yes, they were in the news a lot this year, and they have been idolized by so many people. But I feel like after, especially this year, they could give the media a break.
And just 2022, let's
just focus on other things. That brings us to our next pop culture moment. Now, this is a personal fave. Nobody can say anything about him. I pledge my allegiance to Davido FC.
You're there on your own.
Yeah, I'll be there by myself. Don't worry. I'm actually very comfortable here. So this lovely young man with a heart of gold and a pocket size of a small country recently celebrated his birthday. For those who don't know, Davido is a Nigerian, might I say, international artist. He has many, many hits, and I'm not even just trying to butcher it.
If I tell you, say I love you. Is this copyrighted?
He's also the man that said one of my favorite lines, "Love is sweet, but when money enters, love is sweeter." He is known as 30 BG Gang. He's like, I could go on and on. I could have a whole show about how amazing this young man is. But the point of speaking about him this time is he did something that most Nigerians were really shocked about. On his birthday that recently passed, he crowdfunded himself. He basically just started out as a joke, calling out people, his friends, saying, "Oh, if you know, I've given you a hit, send me 1 million naira." He actually put a price to it. He said, "Send me 1 million," and then it's that people started saying he posted his account on Twitter, on the internet, and people started sending money. If I had surplus, I would have sent it to him.
But wait, before you knew what he was gonna do with the money,
because I trust him. I trust that he has a track record.
Not trust that will leave you there.
No, listen. He has a track record of doing great things with his money.
Yeah.
He puts a lot of people on. How many artists can you say? Well, actually, there are quite a few people that have put people on. But I'm just saying, Davido doesn't rise alone. He doesn't even come from lack or from background that, isn't stable or wealthy. He's from a richer home. Although he's from a richer home, he also brings people along in his journey. So with his music, the people that he has put on, with his group, people that he has helped. So I feel like a lot of what we're seeing, or what we were seeing at that time, were people that were just giving back, saying thank you, and you deserve more.
You know how I'll give back? I'll stream your music. That's still putting money in your pockets. No, I'm so. It was just so weird to me that people
weird.
Your hard-earned money that you don't even know what he was gonna do with it though. Granted, sure he has a great track record, but you genuinely did not know that it was gonna end up in charity. He could have kept it. No, but I'm not just gonna give my money to someone who comes from wealth already.
Not because
who's making money.
Okay, that's a different point.
Like I'm just not gonna just give it just to give it. To say thank you for the music, I appreciate it, which is why I've patronized you in the past by going to your concerts, buying tickets, by streaming your music. That's how I've said my thank you. I'm sorry.
All that is well and good, but I feel like people were giving back if you saw a lot of the things that were happening, mostly as a thank you to what you have done in my life. For example, if someone that has been so helpful to you has asked you, he wasn't asking the everyday people to donate money. The fact that everyday people were even giving from their hard-earned money should show you that this is different. He wasn't forcing people.
Yeah, I know. I never said he was forcing people. You know? I just think it was weird that people were so like to an already wealthy
I feel like that
person.
speaks to his character.
Maybe.
It's not because he needs the money.
Of
He
course.
was able to raise about 200 million naira.
What he did with it after, I commend.
That's the thing though. That goes to show you the kind of person he is. But he didn't need to do, even if he didn't give it to charity, I feel like I'll be okay with it. Because at first what he was saying as a joke is, oh, I want to clear my Rolls Royce. Which he eventually did. But like, yeah, he wanted to clear. Listen, the man had needs. Man, he needed to clear his Rolls Royce. I'm just saying. He's very transparent.
The fan
about
is going
it.
to your head about that. You heard I want to clear my Rolls Royce, so you thought you were going to donate towards 30 billion gang. But do you get it?
I get it.
Thank you.
And I didn't donate.
I just needed.
I don't have the money to donate towards 30 BG gang. I need that money.
Thank you. Like, bro.
But like, see, listen, it just goes to show how good of a person he is. Davido cannot do wrong in my eyes, except when it comes to his private life. But that's different. But it was a pretty good moment.
That's a dangerous slope.
Very dangerous.
That's a very dangerous
because I don't know what transpired between.
A very dangerous slope. I think he can't do wrong. He's a human being.
That's why I said
I'm not blaming him.
Right.
I mean, as a joke, you could put that out there. I just thought that it was like really, like, you already have given back to him in my eyes.
Right. But
by
he did
paying
give
for
back.
his lifestyle. Yeah, no, he did.
Right.
Yes. After the fact, after he collected the money, he said, okay, this is what I'm going to do with it. But
do.
we didn't know that up front. So I just thought it was so weird that so many people were so open,
to
especially knowing the economic, like, standing that a lot of people are in, like, in Nigeria right now. I was like, people are so willing to give to someone who already is not lacking in any way, shape, or form.
People are always willing to give to the rich. That's just a fact. I'm not saying that it's great, especially given the economic standing that is happening back home. There is a great divide between who has and who hasn't. But even as he is rich, he could have kept that money to himself. He could have done nothing and just said thank you. People aren't giving him the money because he has money and he needs to add more. It's more of like showing your appreciation for what he has done.
As if he's your God.
No, he's not your God. This is not something you do every 2 weeks. This is not something you do every paycheck.
Once a month now.
Depending on how often you get paid. But okay, on that note, we agree to disagree.
Yes.
Just to further prove my point, he gave out the money in the end. Are you happy?
Yes.
He didn't need to give it out. He didn't need to.
No, he needed to.
But he see the way he used his platform to trick Nigerians. It wasn't even really tricking.
Into charity.
You see? How many celebrities would do that?
Okay, good for him that he ended up doing that. If he didn't, I would have looked at him sideways.
No way.
I really would have.
I really wouldn't.
No, because you're already getting paid. Like,
yes,
honestly.
But that money he's not obliged to give that money to charity. It was because, anyway, we're going to agree to disagree on this topic. And that brings us to our next segment today. Now, a lot of you know this lady as the most beautiful woman there is. No context there. Rihanna was also recently, she's been known as a business mogul. She has established many and multiple businesses, including Fenty, makeup line and Fenty clothing line and lingerie line as well. She was also formerly an artist. I say was because this has been a minute, sis.
I don't think she's coming back.
Girl, that was my first question to you.
I do not. I don't even want it at this point.
No.
I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. She's giving me the hits, the bangers. Wild Thought stays on repeat. Anti album was the best. Goodbye. because we didn't think it was a goodbye, so we were
Yeah.
able to appreciate it, and then now we're able to appreciate it more.
Yeah.
I don't care if she comes out with music. I don't.
Okay, I won't say I don't care. Let's dial it back a bit. I would still appreciate Rihanna music.
Okay, yeah.
Like,
sure.
If she decides to give us a hit, a banger, you know, an EP, not even a full album, we'll take it. Yeah. But at the moment, sis is not really doing that. But I like the fact that as a woman, forget being a fan and you wanting to have her music, right? As a woman, she just showed that she could go from one professional career, well, not really professional, but one career path, and then diversify to another and just focus on it and build. And she became. She's building an empire, and
which is why I'm confused.
Why are you confused?
I'm a little confused, Riri.
Really?
No, I'm confused about certain things that transpired after.
What you mean?
She's already built. I don't want to judge. Can we do no Rocky?
See, we have no say in her personal life.
I know.
A lot of people have issues with. What's your issue with A$AP?
I think it's that what he said in the past just doesn't sit like who Rihanna is as a brand. It doesn't make sense with him.
Yeah.
Who's publicly come out and said, like, I don't live in like places that are riddled with like police brutality or whatever. I live in Beverly Hills and Soho. So essentially the Black Lives Matter movement issues that they're fighting for really isn't my problem because now I'm a rich black man. That's paraphrasing, but what he actually said actually hit a little worse for me personally. He's also basically come out and said, like, he basically come out with some colorist comments.
Yeah.
So I just, people can change, people can grow, people can evolve.
But 100%. I think those are his
But I haven't seen that in him publicly recently.
Honestly, I don't see much from him besides like fashion. And
Even
I don't follow his music, so I'm not really very sure. It's just, a lot of people don't like the pairing of the two.
I just don't get, I mean, like maybe he's an amazing person who's really kind to her and respects her and doesn't do her like Drake. We can't forget, he had a baby. Chris Brown.
See, she's been through it.
You've been through it.
Do you understand? And she dated that billionaire guy too.
Yeah, that's true.
It didn't work out. But
so hopefully this is like good for her. I hope it is. I really hope it is.
Rumors going on right now allegedly that she's pregnant. Mm-hmm. It's an alleged rumor, and everyone is like you know, just can't believe it because yes, we've been waiting for Rihanna to settle down, get pregnant, but not quite with A$AP. But who are we to judge?
No, that's true. I'm judging based on what he said publicly. And then comparing it to who she is as a person as well and what she stands for.
Right.
That is where my confusion comes from.
Exactly.
It's like, it's not something that we've pulled out allegedly.
Yeah.
It's what he himself has opened his mouth to say publicly. And it's not that long ago.
Yeah.
Okay? Within the last decade. He was grown.
True, that's true. We're not going to say he didn't know what he was saying or he didn't know what he was doing. He was grown. But love is very subjective.
Love is blind.
And she might be pregnant. We're going to find out in 2022 anyway.
Yeah, either way.
So we'll know for sure what's going on in that situation.
She might have a Kylie pregnancy though.
And then hide it. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I see Rihanna as very bold. She might want to, like, it could go either way.
Like in the beginning and then she'll come out? Or
she could even come out in a crop top. It could go either way. Like
full belly, baby
full belly.
Yes.
Like, it could go either way because it's Rihanna, right? Like, I don't know. We don't know what to expect. Mm-hmm. Like, is she ready to... I don't know. But I would be following the story very closely, like everyone else. And we're on Rihanna's side always and forever. On that note, we're going to take a quick short break right now. We'll be right back.
Canada's #1 African barbecue, the Suya Spot. Serving and satisfying your Suya needs from multiple locations across the GTA, including Scarborough, Toronto, Woodbridge, and Mississauga. Also located in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Visit any location today or stay home and order through
DoorDash, Uber Eats, and Skip the Dishes.
For more information, check out our website at www.thesuyaspot.com or call the toll-free line at +1 866 448 7892. The Suya Spot. You built it, now use it. Vous l'avez construit, utilisez-le.
Welcome back to your favorite show, The Discussion. I'm your host, Chelsea Okonji, and if you are just joining us, you are tuned into the GBKM network. Joined with me today is our esteemed host from the Chat Up Show, Elizabeth Oloidi, and we will be catching you up on some of the most popular pop culture moments of the year. Now, we left off speaking about Rihanna and ASAP. That brings us to our next pop culture moment, one that also had people speaking and more recently had different opinions. I'm speaking of the mega super pop star Nigerian artist Wizkid and Nigerian female artist Tems. They recently had a sold-out show at the O2 Arena in London.
Like 2 or 3.
3 sold-out shows. Huge deal for any artist, to be honest, let alone being a Nigerian artist. On the third day, I feel like every day, but on the third day especially, Wizkid decided to bring an array of friends and people to come and enjoy the show with, one of whom was Tems. And in that particular show, how did you feel about it, first of all?
Which part?
Well, everyone was speaking about when he tried to
pick up the basket and
tried to
said
grab
no.
her. Well, not grab her. Let me not put words in it. But it looked like he was trying to just embrace her or something towards the end, and it looked like she wasn't having it. Of course, all the body experts on Twitter came out.
Yes, they could read all kind of body.
But
language.
What did you feel about that?
I just thought, boy, what are you doing? You didn't rehearse before?
No way.
He thought it was Tiwa Savage, and then he got confused. No, because that was their chemistry.
That
while
was their
performing.
chemistry, yeah.
I think Tems may be a little more, like, she's newer in
Reserved.
the industry, so, like, I think she's still trying to find her groove as a performer.
Right.
I don't think she felt upset.
But she wasn't comfortable.
Like, she didn't want him to be doing that, clearly, because she told him to stop. But in the video, if you see different angles, you'll see that she's kind of laughing about it after, because it's kind of like, what are you doing? Which was my thought. I was like, what are you doing? Why would you, like, what, boy?
I thought she seemed rather uncomfortable at the time, and if you had been watching the performance leading up to that, he had been on such a high.
Yeah.
After having, Burna Boys, except that so many people come out, so he was on such a high that I'm not making up excuses for him. I don't know what transpired, but she did come out afterwards to speak on it, to say, everyone is human, things happen. I have mad respect for Wizkid. But what do you think about crazy things are happening, that's for sure. And I just felt like maybe he thought he could do anything he wanted just because
Superman.
Yeah, because it could be intoxicating, like selling out the arena 3 times.
Yeah, and that energy from the crowd, like you feel it. 100%.
And he's not Wizkid no more. He's Big Wiz.
He's Big Wiz. Not see, baby. Is Big Wizkid, but like I think he definitely for sure got wrapped up in the whole performance of it all.
Right.
Because it's embarrassing on both sides.
On both sides, you have secondhand
embarrassment.
Yo!
I
don't think it's no. Tems handled it very graciously in her next show.
Up on me?
I know. But that leads us to our next story, which was also a pop culture sensation. We do have the amazing Jeannie Mai. Now, this one was quite controversial, considering, if you don't know who Jeannie Mai is, she is a talk show host of predominantly from The Real. She's also known for, being in the fashion circles in Hollywood as well. She is currently married to Young Jeezy, Young Jock Jeezy, however you know him. And she was in a previous marriage with her ex for over a decade, I believe. And the primary reason they broke up is because she didn't want children. Now, she gets divorced, takes some time off, meets Jeezy, falls in love, gets married, and now is pregnant.
So there are three things. One, a lot of people felt her comments regarding dating black men recently resurfaced because she married a black man, and she had made a joke that dark meat is for the side, but white meat is the main.
So I feel like that was taken out of
context.
context.
I think it was taken out of context, but then it was also like people were like, okay, you need to watch what you're saying.
Right.
Because even if that's taken out of context, which it always will be,
yes,
like you need to understand how people can take that message.
Yeah.
It still ride for the girl. I mean, I don't ride for anybody except for myself and God, but you know, she's still like good. I think why a lot of people were confused as to why she was pregnant is her whole thing was I don't want kids, and that will never change. They brought her mother on the reel to discuss, like Lonnie even asked her, like, how do you feel that she's not gonna give you grandchildren, which a lot of people were mad at Lonnie for because that question feels like a little invasive. But her mother said, you know, I've just come to accept that my daughter just doesn't want to ever have children. Now, she's divorced her husband, who even that in itself was a big thing because the divorce happened and
then right
the
away,
next day
he had a woman who was pregnant, and they didn't get divorced because of infidelity, and everyone was like, "Oh,
how
this didn't take you so long at all." Like, he has a whole baby that is like walking.
He went like the Flash.
Real quick.
Then now she's pregnant.
Yeah.
I see both sides. I see that when you are with a partner that you genuinely feel like fully yourself with, then maybe things that you thought weren't a possibility will become a possibility. That maybe there was something missing that she couldn't pinpoint in her past relationship that made her so adamant that I won't ever want to have a child with this person. And it was just like manifesting as I just don't want children, period.
Right. Well, she did say that there were so many things she had to walk through, even with herself, as being a survivor of abuse and things like that. She just felt like she wasn't going to be a good enough person to raise another child. And it was until she realized that she had never felt safe around anyone. And one thing she didn't know that she needed from a partner was to feel safe until she met Cheesy. So feeling safe with him allowed her to create the space to realize that, okay, I can bring in someone else as...
Where there's like no judgment.
Where there's no judgment, there's just pure love. So I won't lie, even though this was her changing her mind, which most women do usually, I feel like I like the way this journey played out because it shows you different sides of it. It was real. She really didn't want children as at the time that she didn't want children. It was real. And then when someone came into her life that, you know, opened up a whole new side that she didn't even know about, she changed her mind. Now, this brings me to the issue of, you know, she's a little bit older. And she's just about
golden years.
In her golden, she looks great, fabulous. Like, we're not even knocking anything down. It's just there are also it's also as if it's glamorized that, you know, being a mom at a later age is something that is being aspired to. Now, I'm all for women empowerment, but I also don't think people are talking about the risks involved once you're over a certain age or once you get closer to a certain age. What do you think about that?
With pregnancy in general, I think that's one thing that I will always advocate for is like, let's just tell the truth about it. About pregnancy and childbirth. Because I feel like a lot of women go into it with this romanticized view of it because of other women. Oh, when you have your child, it will be the best day of your life. You'll be glowing. Meanwhile, her teeth are falling out and she's not glowing and she has bad gas. Like, can we be honest about it?
There's a lot that people don't say about, especially, well, nowadays articles are coming up about postpartum and even during the term and what changes and what doesn't, and just be ready for anything. But I feel like you said, it's not talked about enough. And the complications that can come from any pregnancy.
But then again, because it was IVF, so I feel like she
wasn't
knew.
actually.
I thought she said
so
it was.
that's the funny story. She was going in for IVF to get around, and then discovered that she was pregnant naturally. That's why I'm interested in that.
But I mean, even though if she was going in for the round, I'm pretty sure she recognized the risks.
Yeah,
they had to obviously talk about it, so
like,
she knew what she was getting herself into.
Obviously,
regardless, it wasn't that she just like woke up one day and was just pregnant and didn't know.
No, well,
I mean,
that
yes,
kind of happened,
did,
but
I mean,
they
like,
were planning towards
for
it. Yeah, it's so funny though. She said when she wanted to go for the round of IVF, then she found out that she was naturally pregnant. And I'm like, wow, that's just
look at God.
Look at God. And on that note, I'd like to say thank you to our viewers and to everyone. Thank you again to Elizabeth Oloidi for being here on the Chat Up Show. It has, on the discussion from the Chat Up Show, it has been an amazing time. And we will see you again very soon. Actually, this is the end of the year. So we'll be seeing you again next year in 2022. I'd like to say stay glued to GBKM Network and GBKM TV. If you haven't yet, please download our app. Just search GBKM on all iOS and Android devices for you to be able to download the free app, get notifications, and keep up with us. I'll see you again, same time, same place next week.
Yeah, this is Dr. Rod, the boss of all bosses, and if you don't know, then it's your losses. You're watching GBKM.TV.
I mean, today we're in the city of Toronto. Tomorrow we're in the city of Mississauga. We're in Brampton. Wherever the fun and excitement is, we're here. And there's nothing like celebrating different cultures. And that is Indus today and Diwali, the festival of light and lightness. And today we're here with a very important lady for the evening, Miss Myrna. Of the Senior Citizens Council, of course, and you're the organizer, well, one of the organizers for this evening. Myrna, just give us what was going through your mind when you sat down in that meeting and you said, let's do this?
Well, because Senior Council has 80 plus groups, and out of those 80 plus groups, there probably are 50 plus that are South Asian. And I find that, prior, they were sort of on the fringe, and that's not right. We're all people, all striving for the very same things. Any differences that we have are very superficial. So I like to work with people. I want to be a part of everything, and I want them to be a part of things with me. I go out to their events. And as you can see, they came to this. Yeah.
But Myrna, based upon the showcase, because we have a packed room, it's empty down a bit, but we've been having a moving crowd since morning. Based upon today's showing, how do you say you've done so far?
Well, I think it was a major success, and next year it will be much larger and better, and we will certainly have a larger venue.
Absolutely.
Yes, because tonight we had people that were standing here. Yes. Yeah.
The mayor came by and he gave us his word. The Prime Minister, of course, sent his words, and the various MPs and representatives sent their words. Just give them a huge thank you for me and all the persons who are involved today, or sponsors, the persons who came out. Just send out a huge thank you for me, please, Maria.
Well, I thank everybody that was a part of this, the attendees, and all the people that donated their time, money, and gifts, because without them, we really couldn't do this.
And definitely. Thank God, as we should, recognizing, and it's all about really good overcoming evil. That's one of the themes for Diwali. And as we move forward in terms of really making Brampton that culturally diverse state, we really need to put aside some of the ills we have, right?
Yes, we most certainly do. And in June, we had a very successful event. It was called The Many Faces of Canada. So it celebrated many different cultures, and it was a 2-day event, and we had over 700 people attend that, and that was a first-time event as well. So we plan to continue on with these things because, as they say, diversity keeps us strong. It makes us strong.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for joining me, Miss Myrna. And definitely, we will be partying on after the event. Thank you so much, Ms. Myrna. And I tell you, so today's event, of course, is being put on by the Brampton Senior Council in association with Bayshore Home Health Care. And I tell you, Diwali in Brampton. Brampton is one of the most diverse cities in Canada, and it's definitely on showcase here today. I mean, every cultural background, no matter your religious background, we're here celebrating in unison as the flower, beautiful city that we are of Brampton. Of course, I'm joined by the lovely lady here. Your introduction, please.
Hi there, I'm Andrea from Bayshore, care manager for Mississauga.
Absolutely. I want to thank you so much, Bayshore, for putting on a wonderful event. I mean,
thanks to Yogita. She's been the main organizer and has done a fantastic job. The turnout is beautiful. It looks like it was a wonderful success.
Yeah. So partnering with an event like this, what was the thought process behind that? I say we definitely have to get on board with this event because it's going places.
Absolutely, and I think within the Bayshore brand too, we're very supportive of all events all across Canada. So culturally, we support everyone, and this definitely is a wonderful success as well.
So Bayshore, just tell us a little bit more about Bayshore itself.
Yes, so Bayshore is a home care agency. We are Canada-wide, Canadian owned as well, have been in business for over 50 years. I'm the care manager for Mississauga. Yogita covers Brampton, Caledon, Orangeville. And we offer services, everything from companionship to personal support workers, nursing care, and just customized service all around as needed.
So definitely with all those services you have, because seniors here today, we have so many seniors ashore and the senior council, so it was a natural thing to partner.
Most definitely, and it's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Absolutely, it's no problem, and thank you for joining me on the carpet here today. It was my pleasure, of course. And of course, I tell you, so you see excitement all around. Even the sponsors are excited to join events like this. And if you're here and you're listening to the background music, you will hear how lively it is. But that's how Diwali is. That's how the Festival of Light is. Your face gets light up. Your costume is well lit. And of course, I'm being joined by the lady her praises are just like, they keep coming in and in. Yogita.
Hi, how are you?
No introduction needed there, right?
Yeah, no introduction. So Bayshore Home Health, we sponsored this event along with Brampton Senior Council. It was a success. Our first Diwali event from the city, and it was well recognized. We had Patrick Brown, we had the councillors, the city councillors, yourselves. We are honored to have you guys here.
Even the Prime Minister sent his word.
Yes, the Prime Minister surprised me. The office this morning sent a package in front of my door with flowers. I had a bottle of wine.
We won't say anything.
Along with just a lovely letter. So it was really great.
Absolutely. But Yogita, you're the point person, as your colleague just said, you're the point person really delving into this event. So tell us how the experience has been so far.
It's been overwhelming. I'm tired. But it's been an absolute great event. It was successful. We had a great turnout. And next year it's going to be bigger and better.
Absolutely. So any snippets for next year's yet? As Myrna promised before, it's going to be a different event because this room just simply cannot hold.
Yep, it's totally going to be a different event. We're going to have great community partners. We're going to reach out to more people, and we're looking at doing it. It's going to be a secret, but you guys will find out in a few months.
In a few months. Absolutely. And thank you, Yogita, for joining me here on the carpet. I know you're a very busy lady tonight, so just get on back to it. Thank you so much for joining Yogita. So that was Yogita. Yogita is a point person working with Bayshore. And for Diwali, as we've read, my Jacqueline before myself said, it's one of the largest festivals being celebrated by the Hindu culture. And of course, it has definitely spread throughout the world. And it's definitely one of those events that we have to get on board with, right? Get on board with. And because the meaning that it also encapsulates is one that we really need to shed light on as we move and go forward into the future. It's about really using good and light in that form to erase the bad and do away with darkness. And I'm being joined by a wonderful gentleman here. Your name, sir?
My name is Prabhat Chatterjee.
And you're here today in support of the event. You're with an organization today?
I am Chief Executive Officer for CARP, Brampton Chapter, and also Treasurer for Brampton Senior Citizen Council, and also for another organization called Mississauga Association for Independent Living.
Absolutely.
My retirement, I'm all doing the voluntary work.
And we thank you for that. So this is an official thank you for doing that for us.
Thank you very much.
And for the community. But an event like this, what does partnering with an event like this mean to you? I'm going to take it from a personal scale first.
What is the question again?
I'm saying that an event like this, what does it mean to you personally?
This is a good thing for not only for us, for our next generation, what the culture stands for. Because if we don't show it to them what the culture is, they will not learn from anybody.
Absolutely. And if you could just leave with us, based on your professional journey, you're not retired, based on your professional journey, just leave some snippets and some insights with us as to how we too can help to build the community that we're living in.
The young people, we should count them to build Canada as one country, one face, because everybody comes from the different places, and we are here one.
One Canada. And the mayor also alluded to that earlier. He said that, you know, despite our differences, but we are one nation who can proudly stand and say, yes, we are Indian, but we can say, yes, we are Canadian also in the same strength.
Right. I agree with you. And also I think that this is the only country in the world who welcome all the nations.
Absolutely.
They also appreciate that what we have contributed. I've been here 50 years and I worked for 44 years in my
back, and we're still at the Diwali Festival here in the great, wonderful flower city of Brampton, of course. And so much has been happening. So much has been happening in our great city. And of course, I'm joined here by a lovely gentleman. And your name, sir? Just give us a brief introduction.
My name is Padadev Ramutar. I live at the Jane and Finch, Bloomington. And well, we're always excited about helping out our community through our music, of course, and our spiritual work. We do have a school, music school, by the name of Sangeet Vidyalaya at Jane and Finch.
And you were one of the sponsors for the musical tribute I hear today, and so much more in today's proceedings. So, getting involved with an event like this, what does that speak to your organization? The values it aligns itself with your organization personally?
Well, you know, we've received so many things from our seniors, for our parents and our grandparents. It's only fitting that we choose this opportunity, we take hold of it to be with them. Our parents don't expect too much from us. They expect for us to be around them. They don't want cars.
Love and support and just being present.
This is the least that we can do to bring our music, and some of our students. It's not all my students from my school here today, some friends too, are the singers, and so we're happy to be here.
And we're happy that you are here to join us too. So in terms of performances, we spoke earlier in terms of persons who can attend. You said it was from like 7 to 20, how old?
Well, from kids as long as they can sit at one place for 15 minutes, 20 minutes. But I've also had seniors come, people who are in their old age might be fascinated to learn music, and there is no barriers.
There's no barriers. And a city like this who preaches inclusion, physically, we literally preach inclusion, right? Because we have so much diverse cultures and cultural background here in the wonderful city of Toronto. In terms of teaching music, how has that experience been for you, interacting with different cultures and all that stuff?
Well, in my case, it's pretty much from the Indian culture, Indian community, I'll say. But we've gone to places where we've done interfaith programs, and so of course if we are called to go at a Christian church, because we're primarily from the Hindu, but if we're called to go there, we'll go, because I love the idea that we're fortunate to live in Toronto, in such a diverse community. Absolutely. The freedom to do everything.
Absolutely. I wanted to say just thank you so much for joining me on the carpet here today, and I do hope you have a wonderful evening. Okay. Absolutely. And that has been Diwali Fest here in the great and wonderful city of Toronto. And of course, Diwali is celebrated by Hindus all across the world. And of course, here in Brampton, we had to have our very own Diwali festival. Diwali is actually a festival of light, one of the largest festivals of the Hindu faith. And of course, it speaks to word lighten up the world, and lighten up the world through using good to defeat the bad or the evils. And that's definitely what we are showcasing, and of course supporting and speaking out again for here today at Diwali Fest. And so much has been happening this morning. I mean, Yogeda and our team really came together and gave us a wonderful show. The Prime Minister sent his words, our great Mayor blessed us with his presence and he gave his word, and of course our council members, our community groups definitely came out in full support of today's event. I want to say thank you to you at home also who tuned in with us. So thank you for tuning in with GBKM FM, and GBKM was the official media sponsor, and myself and Jackie was hosting before me. I definitely gave it to you as it came. Fun, excitement, and we covered it right here on the red carpet for you today. So thank you for tuning in, and as we always say on the U-Turned Up Show, and as we always say on GBKM FM, just keep shining and keep changing.
Overwhelmed.
Brampton, the flower city of Brampton, of course.
It was really a great event for the first
troop dance troopers, look at the lovely ladies, and they set the stage on fire. I tell you, these little young ones, oh my God, the talent, the fire, the finesse is just wonderful. But I'm being joined by their instructor here today. Your name is, just give us a brief introduction.
So my name is Stephanie Jodan. I'm the founder and choreographer of Iconic Dance Studio. We teach Bollywood, soca, Indian, West Indian, South Asian dances, and I teach ages 4 and up.
For enough. So the choreography that the ladies just display on stage today, you're the one who put that together?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
It makes it fun.
Yeah.
It makes it fun having all these girls with me because sometimes they give me ideas.
Oh, great. And I can just see that this one over here, my friend here, she just burst in with personality. What did you contribute to the dance today?
Well, let me just speak for her. She won Best Solo Performance for Indian Chutney a year ago at the competition. She came in first place and blew the stage on fire.
Can we get a round of applause for her? Can we get a round of applause for her? Congratulations to you. But you know, getting these ladies together and getting them to events like this, do you think it will impact them being as small as they are?
Oh, 100%, because they have no time to be in trouble because they're always practicing their dance. They have great confidence. It's easy for them to make friends, like 100% easier. And I've noticed that it's no longer coming to dance class. It's coming to a class that's fun and something that they love to do. And that makes my job so much better. I don't look at myself like this is a job. I look at it like it's something I love to do.
Love to do. And we love to dance. We all love to dance. I was just telling you we need to practice something.
Get up off your chair and just dance.
We need to practice something because we need to have a dance off. Okay, ladies?
Okay, Liana?
You're going to dance with me?
She's trained.
Liana, you're going to dance with me?
Say yeah.
Okay, so mommy is saying to say Happy Diwali. Say that to us.
Happy Diwali. Happy Diwali. Good.
Oh, thank you so much. I tell you, teach them when they're young. And of course, they'll grow up to be the lights of the world. And we're in the city of flowers. And these little flowers here today, blooming beautifully, have definitely demonstrated the inner beauty and the outer beauty that they have on the stage. And of course, thank you so much for joining me, instructor. And we look forward to seeing more performances, right?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, everyone, for coming out. It has been a wonderful evening. It's not over yet. There's still food back there. There's coffee back.
We're not done. The evening's still going to go on. There's still dessert. There's still desserts and stuff that are going to be served. A lot of our crowd has left because, you know, it was overwhelming. They had their dinner. Now they're off to, because it is a late evening for them. They have to either take the bus routes or however there's other events. But Myrna and I would like to thank everyone, especially our sound and music. VJ, we'd like to give you a recognition. Thank you so much for everything. It was all done selflessly. He came early and he set up the stage and everything. And we will like to specifically give 2 individual certificates. We would like to ask our MC, Panamani. Thank you very much. We really humbly hope that you'll join our team and work with us next year for a bigger and better Diwali festival. You're no stranger to the community, and we're both very privileged to have you on our side. So we present you with the certificate from the city. So here you go, from Bayshore Home Health and the Brampton Senior Council. And to the Sri Hari Narayan Mandir.
We asked your wife if you're allowed to come back next year, and she said yes.
Okay, well, that is so good. But Myrna, with you, I don't think anybody could ever refuse you.
And also we would like to say a big thank you to our media this evening who's doing the red carpet for us, all the crews, JPKM TV. We have a certificate for you guys as well. So if Jacqueline, you would like to come and receive it, we are very thankful for you for hosting this event. And you know, from the minute we asked you to join us, you joined us. So thank you very much.
Yo, you say waiting. Right now, you're watching gbkm.tv. Stay tuned and stay hooked. You already know.
Good afternoon, live from Toronto on the GBCam network. This is the Chat Up Show, the show where we catch you up with a chat up of our weekly headlines. I'm your host, Elizabeth Aloidi, and I hope that you are ready to chat it up with me today. Now, as always, you know you can keep up with the GBCam network in various ways. You can continue to listen and watch live 24/7 at www.gbcam.tv or www.gbcam.fm, where you can also check out our past shows, like, share, comment, all that good stuff. Also, make sure you download our free app that has the exact same features as on our web station. So that's listening and watching live, checking out past shows, like, share, comment, looking up the upcoming show schedule, all of that. And when we go live, you will be notified. So make sure, download the free GBCam app available for all iOS and Android devices right now. Just search GBKM and turn your notifications on so you won't miss another live show. You can also continue to watch us on Facebook and YouTube at GBCam Network, where you can like, share, comment, and subscribe. And you can follow us on Instagram and Twitter at GBCam Network, where you'll receive updates on what's going on with us right here at GBKM. Also want to make an announcement. We have a very, very exciting event that's happening this weekend, or actually 3-day event that's happening Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So it's December 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. It is the the Council of Nigerian Professionals event, The Power of Inclusion, What's the Fuss About? So make sure you check out on our page. We've been promoting it for a while now. If you've missed it for some reason, you know that you can find this. There's a great lineup of guests and speakers and panelists that you will not want to miss. Again, this is a 3-day event. It is a hybrid event, so it will be broadcasted virtually over Zoom for the first 2 days. And then the last day is an in-person/virtual event as well, where we will be covering the red carpet. So I hope to see you then. Make sure you check it out. It's CNP Power of Inclusion. So make sure you sign up and register right now so you don't miss this amazing, amazing event. An opportunity to hear from people who are inclusive, who are movers and shakers within our community right here in the GTA. So there's our little updates. Now, Christmas time is coming. We're all excited. We're all in the festive mood. I mean, maybe not all of us, but I sure am. I've already got the Christmas music playing. It's December 1st. It's time to go. However, we know that we are still in the middle of a pandemic, and this year is looking a little similar, but with a twist. And the reason I say it's with a twist is because we know that there's this new variant that it's rearing its ugly head currently, called Omicron. Currently, Canada has found its first 2 cases of Omicron COVID-19 variant of concern, and was confirmed as of Sunday in Ottawa. Now, this variant, which has been said by experts to be more transmissible than previous variants, we know that there was the Delta variant before. It was first identified in South Africa, where it coincided with a recent spike in COVID-19 cases, but it's unclear where it first originally emerged. We just know that we're seeing a lot more cases in Southern Africa as opposed to other places in the world. And now, of course, it's making its way around the world. So Omicron, let's find out what it is we know about this new variant, because I think the more we're informed, the more we can prepare ourselves, we can protect ourselves, especially during the Christmas season, that a lot of people are wanting to travel and just gather and be with family and friends and loved ones. I mean, we're entitled to it, right? This has been a weird year and a half. It's taken a lot of getting used to, and we want to be able to keep some semblance of normalcy as much as we can, but as long as we're staying safe. So as long as we know what this variant is doing and we're aware of as much information as we can get right now from our experts, we know how to better protect ourselves and those around us as well as we go on into the festive season. So what is Omicron? So Omicron is the new variant of COVID-19, as we mentioned, that was essentially designated as a variant of concern by the World Health Organization. Now, the UN Health Agency also gave the variant its name following a classification system, as we see on the screen, following the Greek alphabet. So we know we had the Delta, there was of course the Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. Now we have Omicron, which is the B11529 variant of COVID-19. Now, the WHO said that the variant has a large number of mutations, some of which are concerning. I just want to do a disclaimer that this isn't information that's trying to scare anybody or try to add any more anxiety. It's just so we know what we're dealing with and we can protect ourselves and stay safe. That's what this is all about at the end of the day. It does sound concerning when you hear from the World Health Organization that this is a variant of concern, but as long as we can stay ahead of things and we can keep up and understand what our experts are saying and listen to our health experts and health officials in staying safe, we will hopefully continue on, staying safe and healthy as much as we can during this pandemic. So preliminary, there we go, that word is a little hard, evidence shows that it has an increased risk of reinfection. So we know when the pandemic first started, there was a lot of conversation around how if you've already gotten been infected with the virus before, your chances of being reinfected again are a little lower because now your body is developing the antibodies and how science works. But our WHO is saying that this variant, the Omicron, has a increased risk of reinfection, that even if you've been infected with it before, the chances of you being reinfected again is a little higher than other variants due to the mutations. Now, Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Theresa Tam, said on Friday that some of the mutations detected show a potential for greater transmissibility as well. So it's easier to pass around this current variant, and it could also reduce natural immunity as well as the immunity offered by vaccines. Of course, just going back to the risk of reinfection, those antibodies, due to those mutations, the chances of you being able to fight it back again, by fighting it back again and not being reinfected, are a little lower. As we know, it's increased risk of reinfection. So where has this variant been found? Outside of South Africa, Omicron cases have been confirmed in a growing number of countries around the world. For example, Canada, Netherlands, Israel, Australia, Germany, Belgium, UK, Hong Kong are among those that have a reported case. In fact, we actually have a full list of countries that have reported cases and how many cases they have as of this morning. So what we know right now is that Australia has 7 confirmed cases of Omicron. Austria has 1. Belgium has 1, Botswana 19 cases, Brazil has 2, Canada has 6 confirmed cases right now, Czech Republic, France, Saudi Arabia all have 1 confirmed case, Denmark, Hong Kong, Israel have 4 confirmed cases, Italy 9, Japan 2, Netherlands 16, Nigeria 3, Norway 2, Portugal 13, South Africa has a whopping 77 confirmed cases, Spain 2, Sweden 2, and the United Kingdom 22 confirmed cases. So this variant is essentially making its way around the world, and cases are increasing and rising as the days go by. And as time will tell, we'll get a better understanding and a better grasp of what the spreading or the contagious properties are of this new variant as well, to see how fast it would potentially spread within our population. But that's what we know for now. Now, Portuguese health authorities have identified, as I said, about 13 cases of Omicron in members of a top soccer club. So they are investigating possible local transmission of the variant due to the cases coming up in the soccer team. And that would be the first reported instance of local transmission outside of South Africa. So what we know right now in terms of the transmission of this variant is that a lot of it is from those who are traveling to other countries, from countries that have higher cases, which has been reported as Southern African countries having the higher cases. South Africa having 77 and Botswana having 19 cases. So now we're seeing that in Portugal that this was the first reported local transmission, that it wasn't from people who had been traveling, that it was found amongst the sports team, the soccer team that has, been in their own bubble. Dutch health authorities said Tuesday that the Omicron variant was already in the Netherlands when South Africa reported it to the World Health Organization last week. They said that they had detected the variant in samples dating from November 19th and 23rd. So that was essentially kind of before we started really noticing how much this variant was popping up in samples. And so the Netherlands had noticed it before South Africa had reported its cases. So that kind of gives a little confusion as to where this variant really originated from.
December 12th on
because
CNN.
We're seeing, you know, in Netherlands, for example, that they had already a case
hero of the
Omicron variant.
The 15th annual CNN Heroes All-Star Tribute.
Before
Sunday,
South Africa
December 12th at 8 Eastern.
You know, reported
pretty
their
much
cases.
any time we've seen a new variant, it's already spread around the world. So the fact that Omicron is in multiple countries in Europe, in the U.S., is not necessarily an ominous sign. And I think that's a key point to keep in mind. And also remember, we've not seen any evidence.
Canada's #1 African barbecue, the Suya Spot, serving and satisfying your Suya needs from multiple locations across the GTA, including Scarborough, Toronto, Woodbridge, and Mississauga. Also located in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Visit any location today or stay home and order through
DoorDash, Uber Eats, and Skip the Dishes.
For more information, check out our website at www.thesuyaspot.com or call the toll-free line at +1 866 448 7892. The Suya Spot. You built it. Utilisez-le. Canada's #1 African barbecue, the Suya Spot, serving and satisfying your Suya needs from multiple locations across the GTA, including Scarborough, Toronto, Woodbridge, and Mississauga. Also located in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Visit any location today or stay home and order through
DoorDash, Uber Eats, and Skip the Dishes.
For more information, check out our website at www.thesuyaspot.com or call the toll-free line at +1 866 448 7892. The Suya Spot. You built it, now use it. Vous l'avez construit, utilisez-le. Canada's #1 African barbecue, the Suya Spot, serving and satisfying your Suya needs from multiple locations across the GTA, including Scarborough, Toronto, Woodbridge, and Mississauga. Also located in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Visit any location today or stay home and order through
DoorDash, Uber Eats, and Skip the Dishes.
For more information, check out our website at www.thesuyaspot.com or call the toll-free line at +1 866 448 7892. The Suya Spot. You built it, now use it. Vous l'avez construit, utilisez-le. Canada's #1 African barbecue, the Suya Spot, serving and satisfying your Suya needs from multiple locations across the GTA, including Scarborough, Toronto, Woodbridge, and Mississauga. Also located in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Visit any location today or stay home and order through
DoorDash, Uber Eats, and Skip the Dishes.
For more information, check out our website at www.thesuyaspot.com or call the toll-free line at +1 866 448 7892. The Suya Spot. You built it, now use it. Vous l'avez construit, utilisez-le. Canada's #1 African barbecue, the Suya Spot, serving and
Hello and welcome back to the Chat Up Show. I'm your host, Elizabeth Lloydie. We do apologize for the technical issues we were just having just then. But before we went on our quick commercial break, we were discussing the Omicron cases that have been confirmed across the world. And now we know in Canada, the first 2 cases were confirmed in Ottawa. And they were found in people who had recently returned from traveling in Nigeria. And then 2 more cases were confirmed in Ottawa Monday night. And 2 more possible cases are being investigated in the Hamilton region right now. Now, Ontario's top doctor said Monday it would not be surprising to see more cases, adding the province is performing genome sequencing on all eligible positive COVID-19 tests in order to help detect the variant. So what does that mean? It means that they're going to look at the test and see which COVID variant it is to see if it was Omicron or if it is the Delta variant that we know was really popping up over the summer and even into the fall as well. So now there's a lot more testing going into that. Of course, it is still early days, as we know that a lot of these cases are just starting to pop up right now. So over the weeks and over time, more as we roll into the Christmas season, into the new year, we're going to be learning a little bit more about this new variant and what it would look like in the future and how it could impact society and how we interact with each other and how we are dealing with the pandemic overall as well. Quebec also confirmed its first Omicron case on Monday, and Alberta and British Columbia each have announced their first cases on Tuesday as well. So we're seeing it pop up a little bit more in Canada. So what is Canada doing to help, ensure the safety of all of us here right now? As of Tuesday afternoon, the federal government announced that all air travelers entering Canada, except for those coming from the United States, will need to be tested for COVID-19 upon arrival and isolate until they get their results, even if fully vaccinated. So if you're thinking about traveling or you're thinking about coming back to Canada after your travels, keep in mind that you will be required to be tested upon arrival, and you will have to self-isolate and quarantine until you receive your test results negative test results, even if you're fully vaccinated. I mean, we know that before, if you were fully vaccinated, you wouldn't have to quarantine as long as if you were unvaccinated. But for now, you would have to quarantine for some time until you receive the negative test results back and the go-ahead that you can exit out of isolation. The government said it would consult with provinces and territories before bringing in similar measures for travelers coming from the U.S., as we know that but for right now, this new restriction does not apply to those who are traveling from the U.S. currently. Canada is also expanding its border closures to foreign nationals who have recently traveled from certain countries. Now, we know that there was a ban last week on southern African countries, but that has increased now to other countries, not just in Southern Africa, also North and West. Canadians and permanent residents who recently traveled through the 10 countries that I'm about to list now will be subject to mandatory quarantine. So regardless of what's going on, you would have to quarantine if you've traveled from these countries. So let's take a look at the list of countries that have been put on the list in terms of travel restrictions. So it says on the Government of Canada website that foreign nationals who have been in any of these countries within the previous 14 days will not be permitted entry into Canada unless you are a permanent resident or citizen. So Botswana, Egypt, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Nigeria, South Africa, and Zimbabwe is on the list of those countries where foreign nationals will not be permitted entry into Canada. But if you are a foreign national, but you have your PR, as I mentioned before, you will be able to re-enter the country. Of course, you'd still have to go into isolation just as any other traveler would in Canada. So just to repeat the list of countries again, just to remind you, the countries that foreign nationals will not be permitted into Canada are Botswana, Egypt, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Nigeria, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. So if you were thinking of going to any of these countries to spend Christmas with your families or just for a quick getaway vacation, just know that it will be very difficult to re-enter Canada if you are not a Canadian citizen or a permanent resident, as the border is essentially closed to passport holders of these nations. It's hard, especially around the Christmas season when, we are such a diverse community here in Canada, and there are a lot of people who come from different countries around the world. And when you see your own country on a list of countries that essentially have been banned from entering Canada, it kind of puts a sour taste in your mouth, right? It doesn't feel good. But it's just remembering that right now the government doesn't fully understand how this new variant is moving, because it's moving a little mad, can't lie, just to get a hold and a grasp of things. This is the routes that they've decided to take, which isn't new. We've had border closures throughout the pandemic. It's just that for the most part, it was complete border closures, does not matter where you're coming from. But now, of course, there's the list of specific countries now because of reported cases coming from, Southern African cases or people who are traveling from these countries, like Nigeria, for example, with the 2 cases in Ottawa, where they are reporting that they have, tested positive for COVID-19, but also the Omicron variant as well. The government is trying to get a hold of things, and by minimizing travel, they feel is the first step. But I'm going to get into what the WHO says about travel bans in a minute, because they didn't necessarily agree that travel bans would be as effective in trying to get a grasp on the spread of this new variant. The travel bans don't really do anything because if, for example, in Portugal, they had a local, like it was transmitted locally and not because people were traveling, then how would travel bans then help with that situation if people are developing or becoming positive of this variant locally as well? But we'll get into that a little bit more later. So as I mentioned, if you are of foreign nationals of the countries that I stated before, you will not be permitted entry into Canada. Of course, I said Canadians and permanent residents who recently traveled through those countries will be subject to mandatory quarantine. The federal government has also required guidance from the National Advisory Committee on Immunization on whether to bring in new standards on the use of COVID-19 booster doses in the face of this new variant. We had, booster doses had been part of the conversation when we started seeing the Delta variant spike in cases of the Delta variant spike. And now that is being pushed and propelled a little bit more now that we have this new, more transmissible, higher risk of reinfection variant essentially popping up and rearing its head now. So we kind of have an idea of what Canada's doing. The approach Canada has right now is to ban travel from the certain countries where they've seen a greater number of cases in Canada's government opinion. But what are other countries doing in terms of taking control of this new variant and how they're taking charge of their citizens and making sure that everyone is safe? Well, several other countries have also enacted travel bans focused on Southern Africa, as well as stronger screening message. So Canada's not the only one that's doing this. If you're thinking, oh, why is Canada singling anyone out? Canada's not the only country that is singling out Southern African countries or African countries in general. There are quite a few. The US has banned travel from South Africa and several other countries in the region starting Monday. Other countries like New Zealand, Israel, and even the European Union have also restricted or banned travel from the region. Japan, in fact, announced Monday that it is suspending entry of all foreign visitors, just to be on the safe side, that it doesn't matter if you're coming from a Southern African region or the EU, that all foreign visitors entry will be suspended for them. Travelers, of course, arriving from Canada and several other countries will need to show a negative COVID-19 test and quarantine for 10 days if they go to Switzerland. Now, this new measure was slated to take in effect today, Wednesday, in response to the Omicron cases in those countries. The Swiss government had already imposed the requirements on travelers from Belgium, Hong Kong, and Israel, because we know that there were cases that popped up in Belgium and Israel and even Hong Kong, and also banned all flights from Southern Africa. So this is what the Swiss government decided to do, that all flights will be banned and there would not be entry from the Southern African countries. Now let's get into the World Health Organization. It is essentially urged countries to avoid using travel restrictions, saying that they place a heavy burden on lives and livelihoods. That people who are required to travel for work or are required to be in certain spaces for work or work there and now they need to come back to work in the country that they live in, it's making it harder to do that. I mean, we saw it with other travel bans where there were students who went home thinking that, okay, we're going to be on lockdown for a few weeks. And then, the borders were closed and they were out of the country for 4 months because they weren't able to come back. That the WHO is urging countries not to enforce such heavy travel restrictions that it would place a heavy burden on lives. But of course, countries' governments will do what they want, essentially, to ensure the safety of citizens, residents, and all of that, and to ensure everyone's staying safe around the globe as well. So if you're limiting travel from all regions or from certain regions and you're not allowing people to go in and out as much, that hopefully that will help subdue the spread of this new variant. And that's what a lot of government officials are thinking, that this is the best way and the best foot forward to ensure the safety of public health. Now, a lot of question and concern has popped up regarding how effective the vaccines are for this new variant. And of course, we know that we've needed the 2 doses, and here in Canada, for a lot of things and activities that you need to do, you would need to be fully vaccinated anyway. But then they are requesting for information or how it would be possible to get booster shots or booster doses to help deal with this new variant. So just trying to understand how the new mutations might work or deal with the vaccine, the antibodies, the vaccines given to those who have already been vaccinated. Of course, more information will be coming out as more scientists and more research is done on this new variant and we get a better understanding of what's going on. But just for now, the basic understanding is that it isn't yet clear, but vaccine manufacturers are looking into how this new variant may be up against the COVID vaccine and how effective the vaccine is against the Omicron variant. Now, we are going to take a very quick break. But once we return, we're going to look more into the effectivity of the vaccines. And then for those of us who are traveling and are a little bit too worried to, hop on a plane and don't want to take the risk, we'll go into what recommendations airlines and travel insurance companies have in terms of getting refunds for your tickets. So stay tuned.
Do you want to be your own boss and make income or extra income with flexible schedule? Welcome to Keenan Courier. Keenan Courier works as a marketplace platform connecting customers who need something delivered with drivers that are willing to serve them. Courier with any vehicle, better trip allocation, and cash out your earnings whenever you want. Download our driver apps today to sign up. Do you want to be your own boss and make income or extra income with flexible schedule? Welcome to Keenan Courier. Keenan Courier works as a marketplace platform.
Hello and welcome back to the Chat Up Show. I'm your host, Elizabeth Aloidi. Now, before we went on the break, we were talking about how the COVID-19 vaccines will be effective against this new Omicron variant. As I mentioned before, we're still not sure yet, and it isn't clear yet, but vaccine manufacturers are looking into the effectivity of the vaccine against this new variant. Of course, there's been speculation about the variant's spread and how quickly it will spread alongside the rising case numbers. Experts say that it's important to keep in mind that vaccines, public health restrictions, and personal precautions will likely continue to work well to stop the spread of COVID-19 and all its variants. Because, we've got the Beta, the Delta, the Lambda, now the Omicron. We're going through the whole Greek alphabet here, apparently. With the holidays underway, we're really ramping up into festive season. Hopefully you've got your Christmas shopping done. Experts say it's also crucial to layer precautions when gathering with family. So even if you're just, going to go see your loved ones for the holidays, taking those extra precautions to make sure that you're safe as possible. We did a show on it last year that if you feel that you need to, in order to feel safe gathering this season, that you would need to require a proof of vaccination or proof of negative testing as well, on top of proof of vaccination, that's your prerogative. That's what you can do to ensure extra added safety and precautions, wearing masks, still distancing yourself, checking yourself and checking up if you are feeling any symptoms, checking your temperature, all of these things that we've been doing throughout the pandemic to keep ourselves safe. Experts say that we should continue doing it, that just because you may be fully vaccinated doesn't mean that you need to just completely relax, because this variant is still new and it's still in the research phase. Experts are still trying to understand its pattern and how it's mutating and how that could affect vaccine effectivity, how that could also affect, like the long-term effects of this new variant as well. It's going to take some time for us to truly get a grasp of what Omicron is essentially capable of. I mean, just the basic first version of COVID-19, the long-term COVID effects are still being researched till this day. People are still trying to understand how that has impacted their life. They're still trying to understand what that would mean moving forward. There are people who still have not gotten their sense of smell or even taste back. There are folks who are have developed long-term side effects from having contracted COVID before, that now everything they taste or smells or tastes like garbage or sewage, that these are things that we're now starting to see the effects of about a year and a half later of us, first dealing with this pandemic or first getting a hold of taking care of ourselves during this pandemic. it's still going to take some time to truly understand the effects of COVID-19. And as with more variants coming up and more mutations, it's going to take some time as well to figure out just what that could look like. I mean, before the vaccine even came out, health officials are saying that it's going to take about 4 to 5 years for us to truly get a grasp of what COVID-19 is. And we're only 1.5 years into that. So, I mean, not to sound flippant, but buckle up, guys, because this is going to be a ride that we're going to need to stay on together. And we're all going to have to do it together. We're all going to have to take the precautions to make sure that we're all safe around one another. Even though we have relaxed a little bit since vaccination numbers are increasing daily, and now the ages that are allowed, 12 and up are already being allowed, and now I think it's 5 and up that are allowed to be vaccinated right now currently in Ontario. We still need to continue with these precautions that are on the screen right now. For example, when you're going to places, screening, checking for symptoms, if people have been traveling within 14 days, if they are experiencing any kind of fever, universal masking, that it doesn't matter who or where or what you're doing, that if you can wear a mask, wear it and keep it on for as long as possible. Maintaining physical distance as well. We know that 2 meters is the limit, the minimum, that we should continue with our physical distancing, that just because majority of us, especially in the province of Ontario, are fully vaccinated, doesn't mean that now is the time to relax, especially now that we're seeing a variant that is mutating at a rate that, experts are still trying to get a grasp of, and understanding what that could look like as well. In other infection prevention measures, washing our hands regularly, hand sanitizer, wearing gloves, cleaning surfaces, making sure that things are just neat and tidy, disinfecting as much as we can. It feels like we've kind of gone back to the beginning of the pandemic a little bit with this new variant, like we're going back in time. But unless we continue to keep these precautions, unless we uphold essentially our end of the bargain as human beings living within society in general, this honestly probably will not go away. That unless we are doing what we need to do, listening to those who have done the research, listening to health officials, listening to what our leaders are saying about how to keep ourselves safe as much as possible, doing our own research as well on how to keep safe, and with trusted professionals, peer-reviewed sources, figuring that out as well, just to make sure that we are taking the necessary precautions to keep ourselves safe. I think the safest bet is just stay home and self-isolate. It sounds so sad because who wants to go through another Christmas festive period isolated and in quarantine? We don't want to do that. It's not fun. We did it last year. Last year it lasted months. We don't want to have to go through that again. So the quicker we can get a grasp of this and understand it and kind of nip it in the bud, the sooner we can continue on in our progression towards going back to a life that we once, recognized before. Remember, our provincial government had said that by March 2022, hopefully we can get to a point where we won't have to wear masks at all anymore. With this new variant, that date may be pushed forward a little bit. And maybe March 22 may not be the end goal that we thought it would be because of this new pop-up in variants and mutations. And the Delta variant is still very much there and still very much present, and people are still, getting infected with that variant, and now there's a new one. So I say all this to say, we still need to maintain the same precautions, that we still need to take the necessary steps. And if we need to do a little bit more just to ensure the safety, then that's what we need to do, especially around the holidays when you're going to be seeing grandma, grandpa, uncles, kids, kids that will go back to school. We're still seeing cases pop up in public schools here in Ontario as well. We want to take those necessary precautions to protect the vulnerable communities, but just to protect everyone at large. Now, as I said, we mentioned that Ontario has now a confirmed total of 4 cases of the new Omicron coronavirus variant in the province. Ottawa Public Health confirmed Monday evening that 2 more travelers have also tested positive, as I mentioned before. The health unit said in a statement on Monday that, quote, yesterday the government of Ontario announced 2 individuals in Ottawa tested positive for the COVID-19 Omicron variant with recent travel to Nigeria. We are now aware of 2 other return travelers who have tested positive for this variant. So this was part of the statement that they put out at the beginning of this week. Also earlier, the province said that it was investigating 4 additional COVID positive people who met specific high-risk criteria for the Omicron coronavirus variant. And the province's chief medical officer suggested limiting the investigation focus on returnees from South Africa, a Southern Africa country, is not a wise idea. Now, I want to pick up on that because a lot of people felt that it was a little shady. Yeah, let's say it, shady, that the focus was only on Southern African countries. But we're seeing cases happen, bringing up the example of Portugal again, those were local cases, that the focus shouldn't only be on specific regions. It should be on the fact that there is this new variant that is more transmissible, has a higher risk of reinfection. The focus should be on the fact that we need to understand this instead of just focusing on which countries right now. Of course, to get a grasp of things and to try to control as much as possible, this was the best solution quickly that the government could come up with to try and limit the spread and limits the contact of people coming in with this variant. But even the province's chief medical officer suggested that this investigation is limiting and that we shouldn't only focus on that we should look at all the cases that are coming from even other countries as well. And that Dr. Kieran Moore even said that beyond the first 2 Ottawa residents confirmed to have the Omicron variant on Sunday, there were 4 other individuals, 2 also in Ottawa and 2 in Hamilton, as I mentioned, that they were starting the investigation in Hamilton region, whose positive testing is undergoing the genomic sequencing to find out if it is they were infected with the Omicron variant. And then that can also give a better idea of where it's coming from, why there are more cases popping up, if it truly is based on travel or if there are other factors that has made this variant so transmissible in our environment in Canada. Ottawa Public Health did not say where the 2 additional travelers had been, but all 4 confirmed cases are now self-isolating. There were also 375 other returnees from 7 different Southern African countries who arrived in Ontario over the past 2 weeks, who were offered asymptomatic testing and are undergoing mandatory home quarantine. Dr. Moore told reporters on Monday that if they're positive, that we have a good local capacity to respond to them as well. That's the thing, is that we don't want the cases to continue rising to a point where our public health units are overwhelmed like they were at the beginning of the pandemic. That as long as our public health units can get a grasp of this Omicron variant quickly, then the chances of it spreading are probably less likely. That goes to understanding the variant's transmission phases, understanding what the symptoms like what makes someone high risk to this variant or how it's being spread, just understanding more just what this variant is doing. Dr. Moore also said that the first 2 Ottawa residents my bad, we mentioned that before. Now, since November 5th, the province has run virtually all positive samples through the genomic sequences. So any sample that was received from November 5th up until now is going through the genomic sequencing to understand better what is happening. And it's essentially a genetic mapping procedure is conducted in a lab that can take up to 4 days to complete. So it's going to take time, as I mentioned before, to do the research that is required, to do the investigations in the lab that is required to better understand this variant. So given the fact that dozens of countries around the world have now detected at least 1 variant case, Moore said the current travel restrictions and testing guidance, which focuses on Southern African countries, doesn't make sense. I think this is a pattern that we've seen a lot during the pandemic, is that a lot of public health officials say one thing and then the government does something else, and the public health officials are saying, no, the government shouldn't have done this, that we should have focused on this instead. And seems to be a little back and forth. But this is what our Ontario public health official is saying, Dr. Kieran Moore, that focusing on travel restrictions, even the WHO is saying it, is not necessarily the best way to move forward. That as long as we're continuing to investigate and see it, he says, quote, I think we're learning from the epidemiology of this, that this virus has been present on the globe for many, many weeks, if not months. It may be more prudent to broaden the testing of all returning travelers, not just travelers from Southern African countries, that it's now important to look at everyone who's coming. As I'm going to say it again, because there are countries across the EU as well, that have found cases. Portugal, the local ones. If it is about making sure that people who are traveling from outside of Canada back into Canada aren't bringing it in, then this should be required for all passengers who are coming into Canada, like we were doing at the beginning of the pandemic and even last year as well when borders were closed, that these precautions were taken for everybody and not just for a specific set of people. Because if it's truly about, you know, the overall safety of everyone, then everybody should be tested equally, because we still don't know, truthfully, how many cases are around the world. These are just reported cases of people who have been tested. We still don't understand what the asymptomatic understanding of this variant is. You know, that if people are asymptomatic with this and still positive of the COVID-19 Omicron variant as well, it's still being investigated. We're still trying to understand it. So Dr. Moore is saying that the best approach is to just test everybody and make it as broad as possible so that there are no cracks that are found, because it's in those cracks that we start building cases. As we've noticed before, it's in those people that, you know, were sick but were still going to work because they weren't necessarily required to be tested, or they couldn't take time off to be tested, or they couldn't even take time off to quarantine properly. That it's within those cracks in the system that allow these cases to continue to rise and continue to multiply, and now we're seeing all these mutations of these new variants as well. Now, he also goes on to say that the focus on isolating returnees and banning flights from Southern Africa has also drawn condemnation from epidemiologists, as it appears it's only punishing the South African government for being so forthright with its information. The South African government honestly did not need to report its first case to the WHO when it did. And the fact that even Netherlands had cases before South Africa had even reported it says a lot about what we're starting to understand about this variant, is that it's not just picking a certain region in the world, i.e. Southern Africa, and starting there and growing cases, that we're seeing them pop up all over the world. Which brings us back to what Dr. Kieran Moore is saying, that is that we can't just pick specific countries to target, is that we need to make sure all travelers coming from any country are tested and quarantining to keep everybody safe and to ensure even those travelers are safe themselves. Again, this is how things slip through the cracks. They went on to say that the focus on Southern Africa also ignores the fact that there have been Omicron cases found in Europe with either no history of travel to Southern Africa or travel history elsewhere. For example, in Egypt, which is another country that has been put on the list of banning foreigners from this country of coming into Canada. So there's a lot of conversation around why the government is choosing this specific route, targeting specific countries, as opposed to just doing a broad sweep on travelers and saying that every traveler that's coming into Canada, this is what you're going to have to undergo. I mean, even talking about how these restrictions haven't been put on travelers coming in from the US, which is so close to us and the borders are still open. And we still know that the Delta variant is still running rampant in the US right now, is why a lot of people are thinking that this isn't the best way to combat the issue with Omicron variant right now. He also said, Dr. Kieran Moore also said that they still do not have a definitive data on whether Omicron is more virulent or capable of vaccine escape. As I mentioned before, the effectivity of the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine on this new variant is still under investigation. They're still trying to understand what it's about, essentially, what it's like, what it's going to do. He also went on to say that I don't foresee us having to take any new steps at present. We will have to understand if it is more virulent or increases incidence of hospitalization. Because as we know, with fully vaccinated COVID patients, essentially, that their chances of hospitalization is lower than if you aren't fully vaccinated. But with this new variant, they're still trying to understand if it's the same case. Now, Dr. Moore was very clear that if there is a big chance in circumstance, including this new variant that is problematic, we would have to stay where we are and reassess, that we can't move forward with anything else. We may not be able to even move forward with the booster shot until we fully understand what's going on with this variant. It's a very weird limbo place to be in, because we have professionals essentially saying we still don't know what's going on. But here's the information about this new variant that now you have to worry about as well, that you have to worry about the Alpha, the Beta, the Delta, the Lambda, now the Omicron as well. all these different variants that you have to be thinking about and making sure that you're staying safe against, and you still don't fully understand what makes them different and what makes them unique yet to each other. We know that the Omicron's mutations are mutating at a faster rate than the others, but so far that's as much as we know. Now, Christine Elliott said that her ministry was working with federal officials to bolster testing capacity at all points of entry into Ontario. So that is the broad travelers testing that Dr. Kira Morris suggested would be the best approach. So here in Ontario for us, we will probably be seeing a lot more testing upon entry, that if you've traveled out of province and you're trying to come in, there may be a little more restriction and it won't be allowed as freely as it was before. As of today, fully vaccinated travelers returning from the U.S. who spend less than 72 hours there will be exempt from showing a proof of a negative PCR test upon arrival. Fully vaccinated incoming travelers are tested at airports only on a random basis. So not everybody will be tested. You will only be tested on a random basis unless you are traveling from the 14 countries or the 14 countries that were mentioned before. The Botswanas, the Lesothos, the Namibias, the Nigerias, the Egypts, the Malawis, the South Africas, those countries. So unless you're coming from those places, you will probably not have to undergo a PCR test, and it will only be on a random basis, which is another point of concern for certain people who are like, shouldn't everybody just be tested anyway, just to be on the safe side? But who knows, maybe that's where we're going to start moving into as we start to get a better understanding of this new variant. Now, there is no word whether the federal government will move to administer the tests to everyone, as I said before. That is something that we will see, as time goes on, whether the testing will now be required for those arriving at a land border crossing or at the airport or flying in through air. Now, Quebec also announced its first confirmed case, as I mentioned earlier in the show. In response to the arrival of Omicron, the Green Party of Ontario leader Mike Schreiner called on the Ford government to make vaccination mandatory for healthcare and education workers and provide respiratory quality masks to everyone in those sectors, including the students. That we are still seeing cases pop up within the public school systems, in public schools. So to ensure that if kids are going to have to go into school, if teachers are going to have to go into work, I mean, of course, our public health workers are going to have to go into work, healthcare workers are going to have to go into work, that they should have the protection from the government to ensure that they can do their job to the best of their ability without, getting in the way of the flow of things. So providing proper quality masks, making it mandatory for the vaccination. I mean, that was put into place in our government not long ago for these sectors actually specifically, that they would be required to be fully vaccinated. But it's understandable for a lot of people who are wondering, okay, what's the point of being fully vaccinated if we don't even fully understand if the vaccine is effective for this new variant? Just taking all the precautions that we have available to us could help in the long run. So that's where the whole stance is coming from, that we just want to take as many precautions right now. It's better to be safe than sorry. It's better now than later to then look back and regret and say, why didn't we start putting these precautions into place earlier? Why didn't we start taking things a little seriously earlier? And hopefully we'll listen to our public health officials as well, who are suggesting that we need to require all travelers or all people and not just do random testing in airports or border crossings.
Yeah, you say waiting. Right now, you're watching GBKM.TV. Stay tuned and stay hooked. You already know.
Are you craving some home-cooked African meals but are missing the authentic ingredients? No worries. Head over to Dunamis Food online groceries at www.mydunamisfood.com to check out our collection of the best quality African and Caribbean foods. From swallows to spices to meats and produce, expect top quality customer service and have your groceries delivered to your door when you shop at Dunamis Food. Don't forget, go to www.mydunamisfood.com and get a taste of home. It'll be like you never left. Dunamis Food, keeping you smiling always. Nous vous gardons toujours le sourire.